Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Rama,
God Premanande, Hari Hari Bo. Bhakti Swami, Namaste, Saraswati Devi, Gaurvani, Chandi, Vishesha, Shringavadi, Paschattate, Tarini. Om Keshavaya Namaha, Om Narayana Namaha, Om Madhavaya Namaha. Shrishtam Manapishachi Putramatra Surupani Shirupam Tasya Gajam Ruparim Maturim Goshtavanti Radha Kundam Girivaramu Radhika Madhavasham Prapto Yasya Pritijukubaya Shri Gurum Dhammadosmi He Guru Gyanada Dinamanda Sunanda Bhakti Kuranai Kasundam Vrindavana Sina Hidavatar Prasida Radha Pranaya Prachana. How come we can't hear the Guru Puja?
Yes, Maharaj. Shri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhagati Sarma Shri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhagati Sarma Shri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhagati Sharma Shri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhagati Sarma Shri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhagati Sarma Bando Muyi Sabadhana Mate Bando Muyi Sabadhana Vando Muyi Sabadhana Mate Vando Muyi
Sadeva e bhagato riyaja Sadeva
Jai
विनाशयते
प्रेम भक्ति जावा करते अमिला विनाश जाते
गाय हर चरिता गाय हर चरिता श्री गुरु करुणा सिंधु अधमा जनारा बंधु श्री गुरु करुणा सिंधु अधम जनारा बंधु लोकनाथ लोकेर जीवाना लोकनाथ लोकेर जीवाना हा हा प्रभु करो दया देहो मोरे परचया हा प्रभु करो दया देहो मोरे पदचया हा प्रभु करो दया देहो मोरे पदचया एवे याश्कुशु त्रिभुवना याश्कुशु त्रिभुवना प्रभुपाद पतित पावना प्रभुपाद पतित पावना जय प्रभुपादा जय प्रभुपादा जय प्रभुपादा जय प्रभुपादा जय प्रभुपादा 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 जय प्रभुपादा जय गुरुदेवा जय गुरुदेवा जय गुरुदेवा जय गुरुदेवा
Krishna Krishna
Mate Bhakti Vedanta Vishnu Padaya Krishna Krishaya Bhutale Shri Mate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Vivo
Krishna Krishna Bhutale Shri Bhakti
Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pashatya Vishatari
Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pashatya
Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pashatya Vishatari
Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pashatya Vishatari
Jaya Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Jaya
Jaya Gurudev, 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 Jaya Jaya Gurudev. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol.
Srila Prabhupada ki
Jai.
Nitai Gaur Premanande.
Hari 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 Bol.
Hare Krishna, dear devotees. Thank you so much for joining this call on Zoom and from various social media. We'll begin the Vyasa Puja celebrations of His Grace Vaishishika Prabhu with a short prayer. Om Ajnanatimarandhasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam yena tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha. So we have gathered here today to celebrate the Vyasa Puja for His Grace Vaishishika Prabhu. And we all know that Vyasadeva has written so many wonderful literatures for us. And we read those literatures, and our spiritual master, His Grace Vaishishika Prabhu, brings us closer to that literature through his fantastic lectures. And that is why, and that is something that any spiritual master does. And that is why the spiritual master's appearance day is celebrated as the Vyasa Puja Day, which traditionally at ISV, we do it on a weekend so we can have more participation. Guru Maharaj, we have your God siblings, your friends, your well-wishers, your disciples. They have all expressed their gratitude, love, and affection in various offerings that they have written. And our dear Siddhakata Prabhu and his team has lovingly bound all that together in a little Vyasa Puja book. And we'd like to present that to you. And I will request our dear Guru Ma Nirakula Mataji to give that offering to Guru Maharaj on behalf of all of us. Thank you so much. You can have a little music in the back, Monica. Just a little low.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare
Hare Krishna. I know how hard it is to put a book together, and the loving care that you all took to compile this, to write from your heart is very inspiring to me. I take these words as an encouragement in my service to Srila Prabhupada and my Guru Jana. And I'll read every word of this and take it as inspiration coming from Krishna and from Srila Prabhupada to find ways to be of more service to all of you and to the whole ISKCON and Vaishnava society. Thank you. Thank you. Hare Krishna. Beautifully done, as usual.
Thank you so much, Maharaj. We are
Hare
happy
Krishna.
that you like it. And so if we have your permission, we could read a few of the offerings from that book, Maharaj. Thank you so much. So I'd like to call upon Vamsulidas Prabhu, who is joining us from India. And so this is one of the good things that has come out of COVID, is that we are having this on a Zoom, which allows us to have more participation from around the globe. And it's also an indication of how ISV, as usual, starts small and then goes big. So start from ISV, now we're going global. So Vamsulidas Prabhu and his wife, Mridula Mataji, are joining us here from Hyderabad in India. And I know Vamsuli Prabhu from his time when he was here in USA, and we used to go out distributing books, and which is something that now he's got a partner in life, and he does the same thing back in India as well. So Vamsulidas Prabhu, you can unmute yourself and share your feelings. We're not able to hear you, Prabhu. Vamsuli Prabhu. Vamsuli Prabhu, we are not able to hear you. Could you check your microphones?
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare
Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna.
Hare Hare Rama,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare.
Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
While
Hare Hare.
Vamsuli Prabhu is trying to figure out to get connected, can we have the link to the Vyasa Puja posted online here, or maybe you can show it on the screen also, because there are guests who are wanting to have a look at that. And yeah, and while we show that, and Vamsuli Prabhu, if you're having technical difficulties, we'll bring you back again into the call, and we'll switch to the next person. But after the Vyasa Puja book is there. So this is the link for you. It's bit.ly 33GJZB7, and it's case sensitive. So just make sure that you get that right.
Hare Krishna.
Very good. Yes, we can hear you, Prabhu. Very good. Yes, we can hear you, Prabhu.
Sorry for the technical glitch, Mataji. Dear Srila Gurudeva, please accept our humble obeisances at your lotus feet. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to you. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya, Krishna Presthaya Bhutale Srimate Vaiseshika Das Adhikari iti namine Nama Praharsha Shilaya Prabhupada Anusarine Anindita Hriday Tasmai Shastra Bhajana Chodine. As the Supreme Lord is all complete and self-satisfied, so are the pure devotees of the Lord. There is no doubt that what our combined efforts can add to your glory is as insignificant as a drop of water joining the mighty currents of the ocean. However, for our own purification, we attempt to enumerate our humble efforts to serve the community around us as an expression of our loving service unto you. In the last year, we distributed Srila Prabhupada's books on Ram Navami, Rath Yatra, Krishna Janmashtami, New Year, and other occasions at local temples. As part of the Bhadra Purnima campaign, we supported the local team at Hare Krishna Prachara Kendram, Kukatpalli, to distribute and install more than 20 sets of Srimad Bhagavatam. We write in tempestuous times where an invisible force wreaks massive damage across the globe. But your definitive and empowering citations from the Shastra repeatedly bring peace and resilience. Bhayam Dvitiya Abhiniveshatasya. We are finding shelter in your online Sangha recorded lectures, ecstatic kirtans, and memories of your personal presence. We pray to serve you in person as well. We pray for your grace to kindly pick us up from our fallen state and engage us in a condition suffused with constant association of devotees, chanting of the holy names, and service to the devotees, deities and their devotees. May we ever be utterly infected with your indomitable Karuna virus. Your servants in separation, Vamsulidas and Bhaktin Mridula, Hyderabad, India. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much, Vansuli Prabhu and Madala Mataji. And yeah, I'd like to now invite our next devotee, and that is devotees actually, and that is Dhenu Tarpita Prabhu and his lovely wife, Swami Adhatri Mataji. They are both from New Jersey, and they have 2 kids, actually twins, and they maintain a fantastic balance between raising them in Krishna consciousness, and then they also spend time in distributing books. Wherever they go, they set up a table and they distribute books, right? From Philadelphia all the way to New Jersey. Over to you, Dhenu Tarpita Prabhu.
Thank you, Mataji, for the opportunity, and our heartfelt gratitude and obeisances to Guru Maharaj, and also our Dandavat Pranam to the esteemed devotees who have assembled on the call to celebrate this auspicious day. So, Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pishtaya Bhutale Shrimate Vaishishika Adhikari iti namine Nama Prahasha Shilaya Prabhupada Anusharine Anindita Hriday Tasmai Shastra Bhajane Chodine. Guru Maharaj, your actions, movements, and engagements in preaching are dedicated solely to the satisfaction of Krishna. The illusory potency of the Lord has no power to throw or cover your activities. You are endowed with the spiritual power to inspire us on the path of Krishna consciousness. Such potency springs automatically from the ocean of mercy found within the heart of a pure devotee. As Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur says, a Mahabhagavat has no desire to inflict punishment on the enemies of the Lord. Rather, he engages the Madhyam Adhikari and Kanishta Adhikari in preaching work to purify the polluted mentality of the inimical souls who are largely imagining the material world to be separate from Krishna. Srimad Bhagavatam 11:2-45 purport. As Krishna is so personable, as he reciprocates in unique and personal ways with anyone who offers him love, you are simply amazing in your interactions with everyone. The way you develop and maintain personal relationships is a testimony of the realization of your relationship with Krishna. Like all living entities hankering for love in this material world, we too crave for reciprocation, and when we are around you, we feel happy and inspired. All the material anxieties fade away. There is so much to learn in interpersonal skills from you that can be applied in our daily lives. Guru Maharaj, as we get immersed in our prescribed duties and attempt to perform spiritual duties, you have always lifted us through instructions and encouraged to be good performers regardless of the platform. Times the material world becomes overbearing and we get baffled about our position, you have gently reminded us who we are. You simply said, we do not have to be somebody, we are already somebody. We are servants of Krishna, so liberating and assuring to hear because it comes from pure devotee. Paradoxical in how one can be liberated while being a servant, but eternally truthful. We do not have to strive for any material success, which anyway is fleeting and will come and go on its own accord. Rather, situate ourselves in the service of Krishna. This is one of your several instructions that we carry in our hearts always. We were extremely fortunate to get your darshan twice last year. On both occasions, you emphasized be in the moment and focus on the how and not how much. To address our uneasiness and eagerness to reinvigorate Sankirtana activities in Philadelphia. Though the book distribution has been slow, your invaluable instructions remind us to focus on doing the right things in the present without worrying about the future or the results. You said, be patient, keep the desire strong in your heart, and it will fructify. We continue to explore various book distribution avenues, some with success, some not. Your statement, this too shall pass, is a torchlight so that we do not get disturbed by short-term misery or pains, but keep our relentless march against Maya to a kingdom of eternal happiness, knowledge, and bliss under your guidance. On this auspicious day of your Vyasa Puja, we sincerely pray to Lord Krishna to empower you with good health and a long life so that you can continue to deepen our Krishna consciousness, give others the opportunity to learn about bhakti, and engage more communities in the world in spreading Lord Chaitanya's Sankirtan movement. We also take this opportunity to beg forgiveness for all our faults. Humbly in the service of your lotus feet, your most unqualified servants, Denutarpita Das and Tadia Devi Dasi. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Denutarpita Prabhu. And coming up next, and we are trying to spot them, will be Tadia Devi Dasi from Denver. And the Zoom team, she will show as Nidra Devi Dasi because Nidra Mataji is helping her join the Zoom. I'll be able to spot her, then let me know. Otherwise, we'll move to the next person. There we go. Fantastic. This is just fantastic. Yeah, please accept my humble obeisances, Nidra Mataji and Tadia Mataji as well. And they are both from Denver, of course. And Tadia Mataji, I know her for the last 11 years now, and it's such a nice journey that we had together, exchanging notes and emails and seeing you personally when you came to join us for the yatra back in India. And Tadia Devi Mataji, your name, which Guru Maharaj gave, is so apt because you are so ardently engaged in service of anything which is Tadia, anything which is connected to the Lord. And of course, the best thing that can be connected to the Lord is the devotees, and you have put your heart and soul in serving the devotees. So thank you so much. And today we'd like to hear your offerings to Guru Maharaj. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Dear Guru Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada and to you, Guru Maharaj. I really appreciate your tireless devotional service. Thank you for your classes and for your visits to Denver. It is wonderful how you are enthusiastically serving the Sankirtan movement all over the world. You are very encouraging and uplifting. Thank you for speaking in a way that is easy to hear and nourishing. Your kirtans give my heart happiness, and the care that you and Nirakula Mataji shared with me when I was going through cancer treatments was my life and soul. May I humbly request your blessings and mercy to become a pure devotee and eternally serve you and Srila Prabhupada and the family of devotees. Your aspiring servant, Tadia Dasi.
Thank you so much, Tadia Mataji. And next, I'd like to invite Titash Mataji from
Lucky to be on early.
Germantown.
Yeah, I know.
Get it over with.
So,
Can you hear me, Mataji?
yes, I can. And here is Tarini Ganga Mataji from Germantown. She is our super talented God sister. And you name it, she does it. Beautiful paintings, beautiful art and craft work. And she does that. I've seen her, you know, her love for coming to the Dham, even when she had a small, tiny baby, was so catching and so inspiring. And of course, she had her husband Arnav and Tiyasha, her daughter. And between the two of them, she still finds time to do fantastic service to the Lord. So Tarini Ganga Mataji, please let us know your thoughts about the Guru Maharaj.
Thank you. Hare Krishna Guru Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Namo Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Vaishishika Dasa Adhikari iti namine Nama Praharsha Shilaya Prabhupada Anusarine Anindita Hridaya Tasmai Shastra Bhajana Chodine. Couple of weeks back, I was explaining the process of photosynthesis to my 7-year-old daughter. Photosynthesis is a process by which green plants use the energy of light to convert carbon dioxide and water into simple glucose and oxygen. I was amazed by God's design, how the plants get mercy from the sun in the form of sun rays, then convert it into food for themselves, just enough to maintain. And most important part is oxygen that they distribute to all living entities. What I like the most in this is they don't just keep the mercy for themselves, but pass it on in a much bigger way, which can be easily acceptable by everyone. This pattern I have seen in all great souls. The more I think about this, one of my favorite personality that comes to my mind is Narottama Das Thakur. Born as a king's son, once Narottam Das Thakur had a dream where Nityananda Prabhu told him that he should go to Padmavati river to bathe. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu kept his divine love under Padmavati Devi's care and instructed her to give it to a boy named Narottama, whose touch will make her waters rise. Narottama woke up with a start and quietly left his palace without being seen towards Padmavati river. When he stepped into the river, calling out the name Gauranga, the river started to swirl higher and higher, and the waves surged onto the banks and onto the land. When Padmavati Devi stood in front of Narottama with a golden lotus flower, the flower transformed into golden-colored boy, who was none other than Chaitanya Mahaprabhu himself, and while dancing, he entered into the body of Narottam. Narottam's thus complexion transformed into beautiful golden color. He was in complete ecstasy. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu delivered his gift, love of God, to Narottama, so that he can distribute this gift to as many people as possible. Narottam was empowered to transfer written manuscripts from Vrindavan to Bengal to be hand-copied and distributed far and wide. Narottam also preached extensively in Kheturi, and all the neighboring villagers used to come to hear his discourses. I see the same principle being followed again, that how Narottama Das Thakur got mercy from his spiritual master, and how he converted that mercy in a much more nectarian way to everyone he met. Guru Maharaj, I see the same pattern in you, getting mercy, giving mercy tenfolds. Whatever time you spent with Srila Prabhupada, whatever you read and understood, you passed it on to us in a more nectarian way, so that people who met you in whatever condition they are in, they can take it easily. In my personal life, Whenever I was stuck up in a situation of facing indecisiveness, you guided me with farsightedness and clarity. I thank you, Guru Maharaj, from the bottom of my heart for being so compassionate and loving to all of us and helping us, supporting us in whatever condition we are in taking baby steps towards Krishna, our eternal servant, Tarini Ganga Devi Dasi. Thank you.
My friend Ganga Mataji for the fantastic reading. Now, next in line is our dear Prana Haridas Prabhu, if you can bring him up. So I have to say this, that we all have been kind of, devotees especially have been enjoying this COVID time and the pandemonium because it allows us to stay at home, miss on the commute, and then spend a lot of time in Krishna consciousness. And having this Vyasa Puja online also gave us an opportunity of bringing different people from different countries who would have not likely participated. But one thing we are really missing, and that is Prana Hari Prabhu, the fantastic cooking that you would do when you came to ISV. So that will certainly be missed. But I also wanted to let all know that Prana Hari Prabhu has now moved to Houston, and he is big time. In addition to book distribution that he's doing, he's also establishing a brahmachari ashram and big time into farming, which can only mean, you know, more goodies for us next time when we meet all together in person. So over to you, Prana Hari Prabhu.
Dear Guru Maharaj, Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishta Srimate Vaishishika Das Adi Kari Iti Namine Nama Praharsha Shilaya Prabhupada Anusharine Anindita Hriday Tasmai Shastra Bhajana Chodine. Please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada, all glories to you on this most auspicious day of your divine appearance. On one instance, when asked about the qualities of his spiritual master, Srila Prabhupada is quoted as having given this response: "What can I say? He was a Vaikuntha man." Guru Maharaj, I feel a complete loss of words when trying to describe your transcendental qualities. Recently, you had been reading from Srimad Bhagavatam, the 7th canto, chapter 13, entitled The Behavior of a Perfect Person. I listen and marvel how it is that I am seeing this behavior demonstrated before my eyes in your very person. Srila Prabhupada, as the founder Acharya of the International Society for Krishna Consciousness, behaved in the perfect way and thereby set the perfect example for devotees to follow. Similarly, you also do not just practice and preach pure Krishna consciousness, but you do so in a way that allows others to follow you and in turn become elevated devotees themselves. This is Krishna's message to Arjuna in the 3rd chapter of the Bhagavad Gita. Krishna instructs him, Loka sangraham evapi sampashyan kartum arhasi. Please consider the welfare of all the people. Yad yad acharati shreshtas tat tad evataro janaha. However a great man behaves, the common people will follow. Therefore, act in such a way that you will benefit people. Guru Maharaj, you are an acharya. You make the highest thing reachable to those on the lowest level. This is selfless service. It is certainly providential that the acronym for ISKCON of Silicon Valley, ISV, also stands for the adjectives that Srila Prabhupada famously used to describe the spirit of enthusiastic devotional service: individual, spontaneous, and voluntary, from a letter to Karandar, December 22nd, 1972. If there were ever a representative of this principle of enthusiastic devotion, in service to Srila Prabhupada, it is you. Your enthusiasm for chanting shlokas is contagious. The youth at ISV, who are your pupils in this regard, far surpass most of our meek attempts to study scripture, carried as they are by the winds of your enthusiasm. This successful application of this ISV principle is also owed to your genuine kindness towards all living entities. Whenever a devotee introduces themselves in one of the online sessions to ask a question or give a reflection, you always first exclaim their name in a most affectionate, personal way, which would encourage even a stone to soften up. Srila Prabhupada writes, in the beginning of Krishna consciousness, one may not fully discharge the injunctions of the Lord, but because one is not resentful of this principle and works sincerely without consideration of defeat and hopelessness, he will surely be promoted to the stage of pure Krishna consciousness. Bhagavad Gita, chapter 3, verse 31. Purport. By your devotional enthusiasm and kindness, you have effectively defeated defeat and hopelessness. I always feel hopeful and grateful when I tune in to hear you speak. You instruct us on book distribution to make people feel special. Why? Because they are. This is your expertise, making everyone feel special. Not out of sentiment, but out of genuine spiritual realization. You treat everyone like a part and parcel of Krishna. I beg to offer you this humble expression of appreciation, and I pray that I take seriously this Krishna consciousness movement and fully imbibe this most rarefied and tasty mood of selfless service that you are distributing across the world by your personal example. I pray to follow in your footsteps and dedicate this and countless lives to practicing, perfecting, and spreading Krishna consciousness. I simply pray that life after life, I can always serve you and your servants in even the smallest of ways. Your servant, Prana Haridas.
Thank you so much, Prana Hari Prabhu. And I'd like to invite Navi Sharanya Prabhu from Texas, Houston, from Dallas, Houston, sorry, and Dallas, Texas. So I just wanted to tell you something about Navi Sharanya Prabhu is that he is a certified ski and kayaking instructor, and he used to do fencing when he was at college. And so why do I bring this up, and what does it mean? And what it means is that since he knows fencing, he'll be able to cut the cords of material attachment much sooner than we can. And then, of course, because of his love for book distribution, Guru Maharaj, he's going to take the kayak back to Goloka. Thank you so much for joining us today. And please share your feelings.
Hare Krishna. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pristhaya Bhutale Srimati Vaishesika Dasa Adhikari Iti Namini Namo Praharsha Shilaya Prabhupadanusarane Anindata Hriday Tasmai Shastra Bhajana Chodhane. Dear Srila Gurudev, please accept my most humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to you. Param Vijayate Shri Krishna Sankirtana. In one of the Make Japa Great Again sessions, you say, think rocket ship, sit up straight. So your seat is like the perfect launching pad, launching you, the rocket ship, into Golok Vrindavan. Put the mantra into the mind and put the mind into the mantra. I also remember from my initiation ceremony, you said, your name is Navi Sharanya Das. It is a perfect launch pad. It's ground zero where the Srimad Bhagavatam was spoken. These sentences still resonating in my mind every time I sit to chant. I'm reminded of these words. Gurudeva, you have really taken advantage of every opportunity to utilize Krishna consciousness, and it showed how during the recent times you took advantage of technology to continue to push the mission through innovative means. The whole world was witness to the global Bhadra campaign.
You've shared in your lectures by utilizing everything in Krishna's service, it is spiritualized. Sri Narad Muni shares in Srimad Bhagavatam 1.5.33, he's instructing to Vyasadeva, Amayo yascha bhutanam jayate yena shuvrata tad eva hi amayam dravyam napanati chikichitam. O good soul, does not a thing applied therapeutically cure a disease which was caused by that very same thing? Here he explains how something can be transformed from matter into spirit. Even though everything is emanating from Krishna, meaning everything is actually spiritual, a so-called material thing is considered material if it is used for someone's pleasure, but it is spiritual when used for Krishna's pleasure. Hence, Prahlad Maharaj is saying, even though this material world is full of miseries, I'm okay. I have no issues. I'm experiencing bliss because I'm utilizing my body, my mind, my senses for Krishna's name, fame, pastimes 24/7. That is what you have shown with your life and everyday actions, Guru Maharaj. You have Chittarakta, spiritual blood. Everything you touch is only for Krishna's pleasure, and hence everything you touch becomes spiritual. I thus pray at your lotus feet to constantly engage me in your service, in our family business. I pray to your beautiful lotus feet, which I remember and meditate at every Gayatri Sandhya. The site I meditate on is massaging your feet at the Govardhan Ashram every night after a wonderful day of hearing and chanting. The soft dust from the Parikrama marg covers those beautiful feet. I mentally honor those saffron dust particles on my head and always pray to be under the shelter of them. That way, whatever life I have left, I give it all to you for pushing this mission to every town and village for the pleasure of Srila Prabhupada and our parampara. Recently, I asked you, why do we face difficulties in our lives, Guru Maharaj? You shared, disturbances come in the material world, and there is no way to know why they come. They will come. We need to have patience and determination for Krishna to reveal what we need to learn from each situation for our own purification. Just stick to devotional practice, and in time, everything will be revealed. We just pray for Krishna's help to help us understand what he would like us to learn from each situation. This really helped me understand the last verse of Shikshashtakam. I know no one but Krishna as my Lord, and he shall remain so even if he handles me roughly by his embrace or makes me broken-hearted by not being present before me. He is completely free to do anything and everything, for he is always my worshipful Lord unconditionally. I understood that what we are facing is due to our own karma and our own circumstances. And in any circumstance, we should never always remember Krishna and never forget Krishna. I also understood from my experiences that everything around me is only temporary. The only thing that is permanent is Krishna's holy name, which is non-different from Krishna himself. By chanting the holy name attentively and purely, it can purify me and help me realize who I am, who Krishna is, and what my relationship with Krishna is. Thank you for helping me to understand this point, which I often forget, Guru Maharaj. When things become okay, I get complacent and fall back in my saddle. To remain on the edge, to never forget the purpose of my life, I therefore pray in the footsteps of Queen Kunti to always be materially exhausted and to help me sever my ties of affection for my so-called relations. I also pray to Lord Krishna to always make the right arrangements in my life so I can never forget that my dear Gopal, who is sitting in my heart, is my only friend and well-wisher. I have felt when such circumstances have brought me to my knees, those times I realize I have no other alternative but to take shelter of the lotus feet of the Lord. Such so-called calamities are hence always welcome to me, as these always give me opportunities to remember the Lord and remember he is my only well-wisher and wants me back. I have therefore realized the only way to always remember Krishna in so-called good and bad times is what Prahlad Maharaj says in Srimad Bhagavatam 7, 30 and 31. Guru Shushra Bhaktya Sarvalabdharpanena Cha Sangena Sadhu Bhaktanam Ishwarar Dhanena Cha Shraddhaya Tat Kathayam Cha Kirtanair Guna Karmanam Tat Padam Puruha Dhyanat Tal Lingekshar Hanat Bihi. One must accept the bona fide spiritual master and render service unto him with great devotion and faith. Whatever one has in one's possession should be offered to the spiritual master, and in the association of saintly persons and devotees, one should worship the Lord, hear the glories of the Lord with faith, glorify the transcendental qualities and activities of the Lord, always meditate on the Lord's lotus feet, and worship the deity of the Lord strictly according to the injunctions of the Shastra and Guru. I hence make a prayer at your lotus feet, my dear Gurudev. I am your menial servant, and whatever possessions I have are yours with all my heart and soul. I surrender to Krishna, I surrender to you, I surrender trying to be the boss, and I surrender the feeling that everything around me belongs to me, because nothing belongs to me. It is all Krishna's, and I have been cheating him all these lifetimes. I have just made broken promises to him, and now I understand how hurt he must be feeling because of me. I bow down unto you, my dear Gurudev. Please protect me and guide me so I can realize the purpose of my life. Please pray for me that I am able to always remain fixed in my sadhana and seva, and I am able to please you and achieve Krishna prema in this very lifetime. Your lowly and aspiring servant, Navi Sharanya Das, Camp, Dallas. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much, Navi Sharanya Prabhu, for such a heartfelt reading. And coming up next is Nijham Prabhu. And normally Nijham Prabhu is with his lovely wife, always doing Krishna consciousness activities together, whether it is conducting classes or distributing books. But today she had to go for some checks for the kids before they can join the school. So that's why it's going to be just Nijham Prabhu with us. And Nijham Prabhu was telling me that he's scared of the elevators, Guru Maharaj. And I'm just wondering, it doesn't matter if you're afraid of elevators, because we are all going to use Guru Maharaj's lotus feet as the boat to go back to Golok Vrindavan. That's how we'll be elevated. So I'll request you to please share your offering with us after you unmute yourself. Thank you.
Our dear Guru Maharaj, Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Vaishishika Das Adhikari Iti Namine Namaha Praharsha Shilaya Prabhupada Anusharine Anindata Hriday Tashmai Shastra Bhajana Chodine. Please accept our humble obeisances at your lotus feet. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to you, Guru Maharaj. Please accept our heartfelt wishes on your most auspicious appearance day. We pray for your long and healthy life. This world needs you even more in these testing times. Guru Maharaj, we always feel handicapped in glorifying your qualities for two reasons. One is that your transcendental qualities are innumerable. And second, we are so immersed in bodily conception that we cannot see those qualities properly. However, every year we get the opportunity to purify our existence by glorifying you in our small way. Guru Maharaj, each day while reciting your pranam mantra, the words Anindita Hriday Tasmai stick out, exemplifying your mood of never criticizing anyone. It also highlights our deep-rooted tendency to criticize others. Our only hope is that by your causeless mercy and by reciting your pranam mantra every day, we will someday develop a drop of it. Out of unlimited compassion towards suffering souls, you tirelessly preach Krishna consciousness round the year in different parts of the world. Your uninterrupted and unmotivated devotional service to Krishna and predecessor acharyas is like a beacon light of hope and inspiration to us. In spite of your busy schedule, you and Guruma never forget us and send us handwritten notes from wherever you travel. Those handwritten postcards with encouraging words and verses from Shastras are testimony to how much love you have for us fallen souls. This year, we could not have your darshan at Laguna Beach as God Purnima festival got postponed. Excuse me. Everyone here missed seeing you and Guruma and getting your blessings in person. However, Krishna has compensated it by almost non-stop online Krishna Katha by you. Thank you, Guru Maharaj, for comforting everyone with these kathas in difficult time like this. Guru Maharaj, our only hope is your causeless mercy on us bewildered souls. We hope to serve someday to your fullest satisfaction. Your insignificant servants, Nijham Das, Nidra Devi Dasi.
Thank you so much, Nijham Prabhu. When people can cry, it just shows the purity of the heart. And talking about that, the next that is coming up is a presentation where no one can cry because it's a short video. It's actually a part of a video made by the kids of ISV. And so we're going to show that in parts. So Monisha, are we ready? For the kids to come on the screen, they don't need an introduction, so we'll just go straight into their offering there. They are the ones who have been listening to Srimad Bhagavatam when they were in their mother's wombs.
Happy to you, happy to you, dear body. Wish you happy birthday, Vaisesika Prabhu. To you, happy to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear mother. Happy birthday, Vaisesika Prabhu. Dear, I miss you. I miss kiss. Hare Krishna to you. Hare Krishna to you. Hare Krishna, dear Vaishishika Prabhu ji. Hare Krishna to you. Naam Vaishishika Prabhu ji. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Vaishishika Prabhu ji. Wish you have a good birthday. May Lord Krishna give you a good health. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you, Vaisesika Prabhu. Happy birthday to you. Hare Krishna, Vaisesika Prabhu. Happy birthday to you. Hare Krishna, Vaisesika Maharaj. I wish you a very happy birthday. Haribo! Happy birthday, dear Vaisesika Prabhu ji. Kalpatarubhyasya Pipasindubhyeva cha Patitanam Bhavanebhyo Vaishnanebhyo Namo Namaha. Happy birthday, Vaisesika and all glory. Vaisesika Prabhu ji, wish you a very Krishna conscious happy birthday. Krishna to you, Hare Krishna to you, Hare Krishna dear Prabhu, Hare Krishna to you. Hare Krishna, Vaisesika Maharaj, I made a card for you. Happy Krishna conscious Vyasa Puja. Hare Krishna. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Vaisesika Prabhu ji. Happy birthday to you. Hare Krishna, Vaisesika Prabhu ji. Happy Vyasa Puja. Happy birthday, Vaisesika Prabhu. Wish you a very happy Vyasa Puja. Hare Krishna, Vaisesika Tata. I wish you a very happy birthday. Happy birthday, Maharaj ji. I have something for you. Jaya Jaya Shri Chaitanya, Jaya Nityananda, Jaya Advaita Chandra, Jaya Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Happy birthday, Hare Krishna, Vaisesika Maharaj. I wish you a very happy birthday. A very happy birthday. I have something for you. Nadiya Nagare Nichai Nichai Nichalai Re Jagannath Sita Mahaprabhu Vishwambara Maipura Sashina Vadipa Sudakara Sachi Suta Gaura Hari Nimai Sundara Rasanti Achidita Nastavara Hare Krishna. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Vaisesika Prabhu. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Vaisesika Prabhuji. I wish you a very happy birthday.
Dear Vaisesika Prabhu, I wish you a very happy birthday. Please give me enough strength to serve you and the mission of Srila Prabhupada. I wish you a very good happy birthday. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna to you. Hare Krishna to you. Hare Krishna, dear Vaishishika Maharaj. Hare Krishna to you. Krishna Maharaj.
That was such a sweet, such sweet offering. And maybe we should give a round of applause to all the kids of Vedic Academy by going to your reactions button and giving them applause there. Okay, so thank you for that. And a big thanks goes to Shukeshwari Mataji and her team of teachers at the Vedic Academy for bringing up the kids in such a fantastic way. Coming up next in our offering are Sri Anthurix Prabhu and Apara Gaurangi Devi Dasi. And if you can find and spotlight them. Yeah. So we have Sri Anthurix Prabhu, who I know from a long time. He works at Intel. And once I went to the Intel website and I saw it said amazing works here. I don't know whether amazing works at Intel or not, but I do know that in Mountain View, where he lives with his lovely wife, amazing does work there. Starting from right early in the morning, doing altar duty, and all the way to book distribution and everything that comes in between. The two of them are hand in hand together, serving the Lordship, serving the mood of Srila Prabhupada under your able guidance, Guru Maharaj. So I'll request them to share their offering.
Dear Guru Maharaj, Namo Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Preshtaya Bhutale Srimate Vaishishika Dashadhikari Namine Nama Prahasha Shilaya Prabhupada Anusharine Anindita Hidaya Tasmai Sastra Bhajana Chodhine. Please accept our respectful obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories unto the dust of your lotus feet. We wish you a very happy appearance day, the day which the whole of ISV and many beyond the borders wait for every year. Recently, we came across something during your Chaitanya Charitamrita readings, Chaitanya Charitamrita Madhya 11.89. A devotee is always thinking of how better to serve Lord Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and how to broadcast his name, fame, and qualities throughout the world. One who is Nitya Siddha has no business other than broadcasting the glories of the Lord all over the world according to his ability. Such people are already associates of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Therefore, Narottam Das Thakur says, Nitya Siddha Kari Mani. One should not think that because Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was personally present 500 years ago, only his associates were liberated. Rather, Srila Narottam Das Thakur says that anyone is a Nitya Siddha if he acts on behalf of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu by spreading the glories of the holy name of the Lord. We should respect those devotees preaching the glories of the Lord as Nitya Siddha and should not consider them conditioned. We immediately thought of you, Guru Maharaj, as we heard the above lines. They were aptly describing your transcendental activities, transcendental qualities, and transcendental position. As soon as we have your darshan, be it in person, online, or through pictures, we get the impression of pure devotion personified. You had once said that pure devotees carry in their hearts something more valuable than Krishna himself, that is love for Krishna. We consider ourselves most fortunate to have the chance in our lifetimes to witness how your love for Krishna manifests in multifarious ways. Kirtan. Your melodious, heart-touching and soul-stirring Kirtan, the Kirtans which sandwich your classes and the Sunday Gaur Aratik, disinfect our minds and charge our spiritual batteries. They are the
quote, higher taste, unquote, everyone is looking for. Once during San Francisco Rath Yatra, you were loudly chanting Hari Bol in between the Kirtan. A group of visitors at the Golden Gate Park, who were quite far away from the procession, could not stop themselves from chanting Hari Bol. That was the power of your chanting. What to speak of the countless people who get glued by your Kirtanas during Friday Harinam. We are very grateful that you share and sing so many Vaishnav songs with us. If you so desire, may those songs always reverberate in our ears and may their meanings be revealed to us. We cannot thank you enough for singing Parama Karuna Pahudwijam with us every day during your annual Dham Yatra.
Krishna Katha. The Krishna Katha emanating from your lotus mouth helps us to steer our lives towards the lotus feet of Sri Sri Radha and Krishna. Your spiritual slogans like Keep Your Bhajan On, ingenious acronyms and various anecdotes provide meaningful spiritual solutions to our material and spiritual problems and equip us to pass through life situations. They make spiritual life real for us. Your classes are like valuable jewels from the treasure of scriptures. It is so sweet to see the personal relation you have with certain sections of Srimad Bhagavatam, like Divinity and Divine Service, Avanti Brahman from 11th Canto, Kapil Dev's teachings, and so on. Your depth of knowledge and realization makes us speechless. Kindness and appreciation. The genuine love, compassion, and appreciation you have for every living entity inspires people to take a book when you present it to them. It keeps the listeners glued to whatever and whoever you speak to. The prayers you offer, be it at a holy place or a festival day or during your classes, are very personal and filled with the desire for spiritual emancipation of the whole suffering civilization so that everyone can get real happiness. By requesting everyone to be a part of the prayers, you rekindle the speck of compassion in them. You always appreciate everyone for any small or menial service they do. You're not just an ocean of mercy, but also an ocean of transcendental qualities. On this most auspicious day, we pray to the Lordships that you may have a long life and good health. If you so desire, may we always be engaged in service to your lotus feet in a manner pleasing to you. Oye Vaishnava Thakura, Doyara Sagara, Edase Koruna Kori. Diya Pada Chaya, Sudaya Maya, Tomara Charana Dori. O Venerable Vaishnava, devotee of Krishna, O ocean of mercy, be merciful unto your servant. Give me the shade of your lotus feet and purify me. I hold on to your lotus feet. Please forgive us for any offenses committed at your lotus feet, knowingly or unknowingly. Your servant, Shri Anthurix Dasa Prabhu.
Hare Krishna, thank you so much for such a beautiful reading. And so Guru Maharaj, the next person who's going to come is a surprise for you. And I won't say anything. I'll just let the Zoom readers bring the next person on.
Haribol Vaisesika Prabhu. It's me again. Hare Krishna. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya. Please don't be surprised to see me here today. If ever you look behind you, I'm always one step behind you, following your good example everywhere. I've written an offering to you. I actually spent the whole day. And they had me scheduled for about midnight Vrindavan time. So I asked if I could butt in and speak a little bit earlier. So thank you to everyone. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namane Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pacharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pastita Deshatarane Vancha Kalpa Turubhyascha Kripa Sindhu Be'evacha Patitanam Pavanevyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. So, my very dear godbrother, Vaisesika Prabhu, Please accept my most humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. I want to begin by thanking your disciples for giving me this opportunity to acknowledge and glorify your service to our Divine Master, Srila Prabhupada, on this day of your appearance. I hope you won't feel uncomfortable with the praise I'm about to offer you, my dear friend, for such praise is authorized. In acknowledging the good qualities of Prahlad Maharaj, Sri Narada Muni says in Srimad Bhagavatam 7.4.31, Dasavat sanatar yagri, pitavad dinavatsalaha, Bhatrivat Shadvishay Shnikdo, Gurus Vishvarabhavana. To respectable persons, he acted exactly like a menial servant. To the poor, he was like a father. To his equals, he was attached like a sympathetic brother. And he considered his teachers, spiritual masters, and older godbrothers to be as good as the Supreme Personality of Godhead. I'm older than you by 8 years, but you are most certainly senior to me in your vision and experience in pushing forward the great Sankirtan mission that we have inherited from Srila Prabhupada. And it is for this very reason that you have received his special favor. Veta tvam somya tat sarvam, tat patas tat anugrahat, buryu snigdasya shishyaya, guravo guyam apyuta. And because you are submissive, your spiritual masters have endowed you with all the favors bestowed upon a gentle disciple. Therefore, you can tell us all that you have scientifically learned from them. Srimad Bhagavatam 118. I see you as my superior because of your unrivaled success in keeping the heartbeat of book distribution pumping long after Srila Prabhupada's disappearance. Yet, I also have the good fortune to call you my friend. Better still, I consider us comrades in arms, despite us fighting on different parts of the battlefield. I very much appreciate the Collins Dictionary definition of comrades in arms. Quote, a comrade in arms is someone who has worked for the same cause or purpose as you and has shared the same difficulties and dangers. No doubt, both of us have encountered difficulties and dangers in our service of spreading the glories of the holy names. One time after returning from a chanting party on the streets of Paris in 1974, Srila Prabhupada, who was visiting our temple, called me to his room and asked with a smile, so Indradyumna, how was the Sankirtan today? Having encountered some stiff resistance, I replied, Srila Prabhupada, there were some difficulties. Before I could finish the sentence, he interjected with a serious look on his face and said sternly, when did I ever say preaching is easy? Throughout my life, those words have served to embolden me in welcoming any difficulties or hardships in spreading the holy names of the Lord everywhere. They resonate with one of my favorite stanzas from a poem by Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur. Tomara sevaya dukkha hoya jhato, sehoto parama shuka, seva sukha dukkha parama shampada, nayase avidya dukkha. Quote, troubles encountered in your service shall be the cause of great happiness. For in your devotional service, joy and sorrow are equally great riches. Both destroy the misery of ignorance. Saranagati. Throughout your devotional career, my dear godbrother, we have witnessed the fact that no obstacle is too great for you in fulfilling Srila Prabhupada's desire to flood the world with his books. You were at the forefront of the recent worldwide triumph in distributing 10,000 sets of Srimad Bhagavatams. You have many such victories under your belt, and surely many more are yet to come. You have made the impossible possible by your firm faith in instructions of our spiritual master, leaving no doubt that you have endeared yourself to him. Though you do not want fame and recognition, and though you graciously give credit to others for your success, you cannot hide your wonderful qualities. Quote, the transcendentally attractive qualities of a great devotee popularize his presence everywhere, even though he may be hidden from public view, just as musk spreads its fragrance everywhere, even when locked away in a tight container. Srila Rupa Goswami Vidagnamadava 113. Your theme, Fan the Spark, has reignited the fame of book distribution around the world. For myself, dear comrade in arms, that is nothing less than miraculous. Yes, I said miraculous. How does he do it? One devotee asked me recently. My reply was, look at his sadhana. On numerous occasions, Srila Prabhupada made clear the connection between good sadhana and successful preaching. Quote, if you simply keep to our standard program, that means daily chanting 16 rounds, rising early, attending Mangal Arti, like that. If this program is strictly maintained amongst all the devotees, they will remain pure. And if preaching is pure, automatically leaders, managers, funds, everything will be given profusely by Krishna without any doubt. Life will flourish. Srila Prabhupada letter, February 3rd, 1975. I have seen with my own eyes how ISKCON Silicon Valley has flourished under your direction over the years because of your sadhya and sadhana, your goal in Krishna consciousness and your means of achieving it. They are perfectly in line with the instructions of Srila Prabhupada and our previous acharyas. This single-minded devotion is the root of your success and is in harmony with the final instructions of Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur when he gave to his disciples on December 23rd, 1936, just before departing from this world. Ekantarunga tahe take, vardhamana tabe sa sarvarta, siddhi purna namaskama. Quote, in the performance of Sankirtan, if your single-minded devotion goes on increasing, then all your desires will be fulfilled and all your goals will be achieved. Dearest Vaisesika Prabhu, I am honored to serve these divine instructions along with you for our Parama Guru, also said on that day, Eko Desha Aikatane Avishtiti Hola Mulushraya Vigurasavaya Adhikaro Lao. Quote, working together with the same purpose, we will become qualified for the service of Radharani, the original reservoir of love for Krishna. I am confident that the both of us, along with many esteemed godbrothers, godsisters, and inspired devotees around the world, can achieve perfection by fulfilling the desires of our beloved Srila Prabhupada and our previous acharyas. Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur confirmed this in his final instruction. Shri Rupa Raghunatha Kata Parama Utsahe Birbhaye Pracharakara Sarva Siddhi Jahe. Quote, preach the message of Shri Rup and Raghunath fearlessly and with great enthusiasm. Through this preaching, you will attain all perfection. Armed with the sword of knowledge and eager for the fight, my dear friend, I stand proudly by your side. With affectionate regards, Indradyumna Swami. Hare Krishna. Thank you so much for giving me this time, Prabhu. All glories to Vaishishika Prabhu ki, Srila Prabhupada ki, Shri Krishna Sankirtan Yagya ki, Gopremanandi, Jai Jai Sisi Radhe Shan. Hare Krishna.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Maharaj, for making time to come and read the offering. When Rasika Shramani Mataji, kind of told me last night that she would be reading the offering, and she was a little hesitant because the schedule was being changed, but it's always a very welcome and a very joyful change that we make when we come to know. And so today it was really the icing on the cake when she said that you are going to present. So, and we always look, all the devotees and disciples here, we really look forward to listening about our spiritual master from the lotus mouth of his god brothers, because you always bring a different light to that. And I'm pretty sure that everybody here is behind you and what you talked about, the two of us going there and doing things together and spreading the mission of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So thank you so much, Maharaj, for that.
That's me. I'm your servant.
So now we're going to have a break of 15 minutes. We're going to have Kirtan during the break. And just a small request for those of you who are going to read the Vyasa Puja offerings. I have created a WhatsApp group for you, and I will be constantly posting instructions. Sometimes we have some glitches, so that technical glitches, so you will know about that. Okay, so just be alert and look out for information from me in there. And for others, it's 9:09, so we will come back again and resume our reading of offerings to our beloved leader, Vaisesika Prabhu. And in the meantime, we're going to have some Kirtan, and I'll request Priya Kishori Mataji to lead that. Hare Krishna, Dandat Pranam. Thank you, Maharaj.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna. Hare Hare. Hare Rama. Hare Rama.
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama,
Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna,
Vivo.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Hari 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 Bol.
Thank you so much, the Jamulus team, for such a sweet Kirtan. And so we are back from our break. And coming up next is Gopal Champu Prabhu. And I remember Gopal Champu from 3-4 years ago when he was a young lad, but now we see that he has matured into a fantastic book distribution. Reading books, distributing books, and serving devotees. Those are the three things that he likes. And one of the things that I think about when it comes to Gopal Champu is Saptarishi sets and the flair with which he just keeps on distributing them left, right, and center. So tell us more, Gopal Champu Prabhu, about your service to Maharaj.
Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimati Vaisesika Dasa Adhikari Tinamine Nama Prahasa Shilaya Prabhupada Anusarine Nititare Tasmai Shastra Bhajana Chodine. Hare Krishna Guru Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances at your lotus feet. Jai Srila Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada in his purport to Srimad Bhagavatam 4:23-7 writes the following. We have only to execute the order of the Lord and fully surrender unto him. We have only to execute the order of the spiritual master, preach Krishna consciousness, and follow in the path of the Vaishnavas. The spiritual master represents both Lord Krishna and the Vaishnavas. Therefore, by following the instructions of the spiritual master and by chanting Hare Krishna, everything will be all right. Particularly my attention was drawn to, therefore, by following the instructions of the spiritual master. I began to contemplate, what does it mean to follow the instructions of the spiritual master? The simple answer, I thought, was just to try and execute the orders as they have been received. Just like when one is using a GPS to go to a destination, the machine will prompt one. Make a left in 500 feet, drive 2 miles, make a right, stay left at the fork in 13.5 miles. Even though one has heard the instructions, directions, unless one actually follows them or applies them, then the desired goal will not be reached. Srimad Bhagavatam 11:20-17 says, Nidehamadhyam sulabham sudhulabham plabham sukalpam kurukarnadharam maya nukulye nanabhasvaterikam puman bhavadhim natarit sa atmaha. The human body, which can award all benefit in life, is automatically obtained by the laws of nature. Although it is a very rare achievement, this human body can be compared to a perfectly constructed boat, having the spiritual master as the captain and the instructions of the personality of Godhead as favorable winds, impelling it on its course. Considering all these advantages, a human being who does not utilize his human life to cross the ocean of material existence must be considered the killer of his own soul. Guru Maharaj, you are the expert captain who is guiding me with the favorable winds of the instructions of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. For the past 3 years, you have mercifully allowed me to come to the holy Dham of Govardhan Hill. You have allowed me to sit by you as you focused in with extreme attention and care to read Srila Prabhupada's Srimad Bhagavatam. You have shown us by your example what it means to take shelter of Srila Prabhupada's books as our life and soul. As I sat there and watched you and Keshav Bharati Maharaj completely relish the instructions of Srila Prabhupada, the longing in my heart to surrender more and more arose, as well as the curiosity to thoroughly understand what is in these books. In Srimad Bhagavatam 3:25-25, it says, in the association of pure devotees, discussions of the pastimes and activities of the Supreme Personality of Godhead is very pleasing and satisfying to the ear and the heart. By cultivating such knowledge, one gradually becomes advanced on the path of liberation, and thereafter he is freed, and his attraction becomes fixed. Then real devotion and devotional service begin. I can practically see that by your association, I've been lifted out of this material soup. I've been given the greatest benediction, the opportunity to perfect my human form of life by taking shelter of your instructions and the books of Srila Prabhupada. Even though in my current position, my heart is full of material desires, and I'm barely able to come to a high standard of service, I have great hope that by hearing your lectures and following the instructions you have laid out, that it is assured that I will come to the perfectional stage. I hope and pray that I can continue to be an instrument in your hands to assist you in carrying out the orders of Srila Prabhupada, to inundate this world with the chanting of the holy names of Krishna and Srila Prabhupada's transcendental books. In this past year, you awarded me second initiation, and I will always hear you recite this beautiful verse before chanting your Gayatri mantras. I asked you if I can also chant it, and I found that it helps me feel more connected with you in the Guru Parampara. Etam sarastaya paratmanistam adhyasitam purvat maharishibhihi aham tirishami durantaparam tamo mukundangri nishevayaiva. I shall cross over the insurmountable ocean of nations by being firmly fixed in the service of the lotus feet of Krishna. This was approved by the previous acharyas, who were fixed in firm devotion to the Lord, Paramatma, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Thank you for saving me, Guru Maharaj. Thank you for giving me a position in our family business. Your humble and significant servant, Gopal Champu Prabhu.
Hare Krishna. Thank you so much, Gopal Champu Prabhu, for all that you do and also for this fantastic reading. And next we have Chitrale kamataji joining us from France. And she actually saw you from the corner of her eyes 20 years ago when she was in Vrindavan at the MVT in Vrindavan, and she had heard your lecture, and she remembers every word of the lecture till this day. So that's the kind of impact that you had on her. And then a few years later, again, she met you at Vrindavan. So obviously there's something going on there. So she was mentioning that she's overjoyed to be here under your shelter. And of course, today on your Vyasa Puja Day to express her gratitude. Over to you, Chitrale Kamataji.
Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Shmate Vaishishika Dasa Adhikari Tiname Nama Praharsha Shilaya Prabhupada Nusarine Anindita Hriday Tasmai Shastra Bhajana Chodhani. On the most auspicious day of your Vyasa Puja, I remember a friend telling me that we should offer words worth our Guru Maharaj's attention. I dig deep in my heart, searching for words worth your attention, and realize that if my words should be worth your attention, I must go further. Words are not enough. Quoting Srila Prabhupada, Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur also sings, Tumita Thakur Tomara Kuku, Malaya Jana Hamare. O my Lord, O Vaishnava, please consider me your dog. One must become the dog of a Vaishnava, a pure devotee, for a pure devotee can deliver Krishna without difficulty. Srimad Bhagavatam 7:942. And now it's from Srimad Bhagavatam 7:730. Pranay Arti Dhiya Vacha. Everyone has his life, his wealth, his intelligence, and his words, and all of them should be offered to the Supreme Personality of Godhead through the via medium of the Spiritual Master. Everything should be offered to the Spiritual Master as a matter of duty, but the offerings should be made to the Spiritual Master with heart and soul, not artificially to gain material prestige. As you stated in so many lectures, my attention and my sincerity, my integrity are the most valuable things, the only things I really own that I may offer you. You are so complete in your presentation of Krishna consciousness and in your personal life, an acharya in every sense of the word. You are so selfless. For me, this is extraordinary. I feel that the only way I may try to reciprocate with you for everything you give me is by trying my utmost to offer you my attention, my sincerity, and my integrity in every aspect of my life. I pray to do so more and more in a deeper and deeper way. Your insignificant, aspiring servant of the servant, Chitrale Kasaki Devi Dasi.
Thank you so much, Chitrale Mataji. And coming up next are Yashoda Prabhu and Mantra Siddhi Mataji. We can spotlight them, the Zoom team. There we are. So this inseparable couple, Yashoda Kripa, I knew him first, and then he brought in Mantra Siddhi, the lovely wife from India. And both of them have such a fantastic joining together to serve the deities. They both have such a strong desire to serve the deities, and then they go and do everything in that, towards that end, starting from cooking to sewing to purchasing things from that for the deities all over the world, like stopped in Turkey and purchased a tea set for them and things like that. And of course, you know what not to talk about their photography and videography skills, just to name a few of them. So please go on, Yashoda Prabhu and Mantra Siddhi Mataji.
Thank you. Hare Krishna. Dear Guru Maharaj, Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishthaya Bhutale Srimate Vaishishika Dasa Namo Praharshya Shilaya Prabhupada Anusarane Anantita Hidaya Tasmai Shastra Bhajana Chodi. Contagious is a good word. Bhakti is contagious. Kirtana is contagious. Association of devotees is contagious. Enthusiasm is contagious. Inspiration is contagious. Spiritual strength is contagious. Even in the times of a global pandemic, when social distancing has become a new norm for millions, the ways how we communicate, live, and work are getting redefined. And the life is getting divided between what is considered essential and non-essential. The message from you was clear. Keep the vibrations going. It is said that when a disciple comes into contact with the Guru, all of a sudden, the disciple experiences encouragement, good fortune, inspiration, spiritual strength, clarity, and enthusiasm. None of this would be possible if this relationship were not contagious. Coming in contact is must, and as the most undeserving candidates, we feel blessed to have come in contact with you. Despite your busy schedule, you find innovative ways to connect with everyone, be it preaching to the corporate life of Silicon Valley or spending time with the youth, late evening harinams or early morning japa circles, personal association when you are at home, or global postcards when you are traveling. 2 hours long lectures or 2 minutes of Fend the Spark videos. And when the world felt threatened by an unprecedented global lockdown, you were encouraging everyone to continue with our essential business of quote unquote developing an attraction for hearing about the Lord from your message on the WhatsApp, March 31st, 7:53 a.m. Pacific time. In Srimad Bhagavatam, 11th Canto, 17th chapter, verse 27, Srila Prabhupada comments that spiritual master is like a parent. Without the attentive service of his parents, a child cannot grow to manhood. Similarly, without the care of the spiritual master, one cannot rise to the plane of transcendental service. We humbly beg for your mercy in order to continue our sadhana and firmly follow the path laid down by the eminent acharyas in our parampara. As Grihasthas, we are aware of the enormous responsibilities and we seek your blessings to be able to serve you in spreading Srila Prabhupada's mission. Our offering to you is incomplete without acknowledging the love and affection that flows incessantly from dear Guru Ma, who always makes sure that no messages are lost and no question goes unanswered. She always keeps her motherly attention on us by routinely asking us about our well-being. On this occasion of Vyasa Puja, we pray for many more years of your contagious book distribution, kirtan, preaching, and inspirations, because contagious is a good word. Thank you. Your humble servants, Yashoda Kripa Das and Mantra Siddhi Dasi.
Hare Krishna. Thank you so much, Yashoda Prabhu and Mantra Siddha Matajis. And I'm just thinking that we had a break scheduled in here, but I'm just thinking that I wanted to have a little bit more of the nectar, and I'm sure all of you. So I'll request our Zoom team to show us more of the sweet offerings that we had from the Vedic Academy kids there.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Vaisesika Prabhu ji. Wish you a very happy Krishna consciousness birthday. Hare Krishna, dear Vaisesika Prabhu ji. Wish you a very happy Krishna conscious birthday. Dear Vaisesika Prabhu ji. Wishing you a very happy birthday.
Hare Krishna, Vaishishika Maharaj. Wish you a happy birthday.
Hare Krishna, Vaisesika Prabhu. Wish you a very grand Krishna conscious birthday. Birthday, Vaisesika Prabhu ji. Wish you a very Krishna consciousness birthday. Hare Krishna, Vaisesika Prabhu ji. I wish you a very happy Krishna consciousness birthday. Hare Krishna, Vaisesika Prabhu. Dandavat Pranams. Happy birthday. Thank you for all you've done for us. Enjoy your birthday. Hare Krishna to you. Hare Krishna to you. Hare Krishna, dear Vaisesika Prabhu ji. Hare Krishna to you. Hare Krishna, Vaisesika Prabhu ji. I hope you have a very happy birthday. Yeah, and may Krishna bless you. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Vaisesika Maharaj. Wishing you a very happy Vyasa Puja and happy birthday. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna Maharaj. Please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Happy birthday. I really miss your in-person association on your birthday. I pray to Krishna that we all can get together soon. Birthday Vaishishika Prabhu, have a very Krishna conscious birthday.
Hare Krishna Vaisheshika Prabhu. Wish you a very Krishna conscious birthday.
Dandavat Pranam Prabhuji. I wish you a very happy birthday and I hope all is well for you. Happy birthday.
Hare Krishna, dear Vaisheshika Prabhu. Dandavat Pranams. Wish you a happy appearance.
Krishna Vaisheshika Prabhuji. Wish you a very happy Krishna conscious appearance day.
Hare Krishna Prabhu. I wish you a happy birthday. Hope to see you soon. Happy birthday.
Krishna Vaisheshika Prabhu. Dandavat Pranams, Jai Srila Prabhupada. I wish you a very happy birthday.
Krishna Vaisheshika Prabhu. Hope you're well and have a very happy appearance day.
Krishna Vaisheshika Prabhuji. Dandavat Pranams. Have a very happy birthday.
Hare Krishna Vaishishika Prabhu Ji, Danvat Pranam. Thank you for inspiring all of us. I hope you have a very great Krishna conscious birthday.
Hare Krishna Maharaj, happy Vyasa Puja. I really enjoy coming to your jam and it's always the highlight of my
Hare Krishna to you.
I just wanted to wish you a very, very happy Vyasa Puja. You spend a lot of your time with the kids, and I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Hare Krishna Vaishishika Prabhu. We wish you a very happy and auspicious Krishna Conscious Appearance Day. Thank you for everything that you have done for our community and continue to do for our community.
The Patel family wishes you a very happy birthday.
Hare Krishna.
Have a happy birthday. Thank you very much.
Hare Krishna Maharaj. I just wanted to take a moment to appreciate your resilience throughout quarantine and how you never missed a beat while giving all your lectures and attending each and every UJAM session. And it's really inspired me to stay vigilant in my Krishna consciousness. And throughout quarantine, I've been able to attend so many more of your lectures, and it's been very nectarian.
Hare Krishna Maharaj, happy Vyasa Puja.
Happy birthday, Vaisesika Prabhu. Birthday, Vaisesika Prabhu. Birthday, Vaisesika Prabhu.
Vaisesika Prabhu.
Vaisesika Prabhu.
Dandavat Pranam.
Dandavat Pranam.
Happy birthday, Vaisesika Maharaj.
That was fantastic. And on that wonderful note, we will take a break for 10 minutes and we'll resume again for some more offerings. And during the break, our Jamulus team is going to sing us some very lively kirtan. Thank you so much. Please stay on.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Rama Rama, Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare
Thank you so much to the Jamulus team for the fantastic Kirtan. And so we will resume with our offerings now. And coming up next is Bhakta Alex. Are you able to spot Bhakta Alex there? There you go. Yeah. So Maharaj, with Bhakta Alex coming up on the screen, it almost sounds like a Saturday class, isn't it? He's a permanent fixture on all our Saturday classes, asking questions, and the questions are very, very deep, Bhakta Alex. And I also really admire and appreciate how keenly and intensely you go about book distribution planning, especially you had, more flying colors during the COVID times. So please, the floor is all yours.
Hare Krishna Guru Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances. Say your lotus feet. Glorious Srila Prabhupada. I was born in the darkness of ignorance, but you are very kindly opening my eyes with the torchlight of knowledge. I bow down to your lotus feet with great awe and reverence. Krishna's pure representative you are, an unwavering burning flame in the dark. You've given me life by your order, a direct line to Mahaprabhu's heart. I hear from you daily without end. Without you, I'd be entombed yet again. Your words strike the heart like an anvil of lead. Saffron mercy particles dance around in my head. Your mood inspires me to follow you home, loving and humble, determined and bold. A walking Bhagavatam you distribute in droves. The order of Srila Prabhupada is your life and soul. The supreme personality of book distribution you are. The desire of Lord Chaitanya burns in your heart to save the land by spreading the art of Brihad Mridanga Sankirtan. There is no possibility of you criticizing devotees, for your heart is as soft as a blossoming lotus. With kind friendship you treat he who approaches, seeing Krishna in all with love and devotion. With Mridanga in hand you wake the sleeping souls. You show us the difference between iron and gold, singing with love for the pleasure of the Lord, enrapturing all with an extra Nitai Gora Haribol. Our family business you wrote and embody. The order of Gauranga is your constant samadhi. How to receive mercy you show everybody. By serving Nitai Gaur, we gain the favor of Srimati Radharani. Of all these topics, I know but a microscopic bit, but by your mercy I've received a full scholarship. To study under you with submissiveness and faith, the greatest decision that I've ever made. If I succeed in spiritual life, your orders will be the cause. This poor stray dog begs with his paws. Please engage me in your service despite my flaws. My light, my life, my Guru Maharaj. Thank you, Guru Maharaj. All glories to the cooling shelter that is your lotus feet. Your insignificant servant, Bhakta Alex.
Thank you so much, Bhakta Alex. And coming up next is our own dear Balram. And we all had the pleasure of watching Balram, and especially me, from a tiny little tot to this fantastic youth that he has become. And in my good fortune of serving the Zoom team here, I had an occasion to watch him pretty close. And I'm just amazed at his razor sharp focus and his keen attention to detail, his meticulous follow-ups. And I tell you, Maharaji doesn't leave me alone also. If I miss out on a deadline, he's after me, but in his very sweet and polite way. So over to you, Balaram, today.
Thank you, Mataji. Hare Krishna. Dear Guru Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Vaisesika Das Adhikari iti namine. Nama Praharsha Shilaya Prabhupada Nusarine Anandita Hriday Tasmai Shastra Bhajana Chodine. Happy Vyasa Puja, Guru Maharaj. On this auspicious day, it is my great honor to say a few words in your glorification. Srila Prabhupada, in the purport of Sri Upanishad 6, states, a devotee does not discriminate between an atheist and a theist, but sees everyone as part and parcel of God. This encapsulates your immeasurable service to Srila Prabhupada in the distribution of his transcendental books. On the streets, you share your mercy to any stranger walking by with no discrimination, only with the intent of spreading the movement of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Furthermore, Srila Prabhupada says a devotee sees everything in relation to Krishna, and you're a prime example of this quality as well. Once I mentioned something I learned in school that day, and you brought it up in the lecture as an example for your topic. Last year when I asked you about my college applications, you simply advised me to take the decision most favorable to my spiritual practice. And with the surging pandemic, you were constantly crafting innovative methods of keeping the vibration going with the resources available. You relate everything to Krishna and your service to the previous acharyas, and the scriptures confirm this to be present only in the great devotees of the Lord. Moreover, Srila Rupa Goswami in his Sri Upadeshamrita mentions, one should follow in the footsteps of the Lord's beloved devotees who are deeply attached to his devotional service. Vividly apparent is your urgent desire to propagate this Sankirtan movement. It was the wish of your spiritual master, and you have admirably undertaken his mood of book distribution. Furthermore, you continuously add more and more sets of shlokas to our youth jam, reflecting your caring efforts in bringing us closer to the previous acharyas. They have wonderfully written such beautiful works of literature, and you compassionately share this treasure with all of us. I am deeply grateful to you for giving me the service of organizing the shloka packets, and every time I am reminded of the beautiful verses we have accessible to us. That little reading attracts me to dig deeper and learn more, as you always encourage. Srimad Bhagavatam 11.3.21 confirms, the qualification of the bona fide guru is that he has realized the conclusions of the scriptures by deliberation and is able to convince others of these conclusions. Your resonant lectures are an embodiment of this verse. Your every statement is heavily backed by the scriptures and words of the previous gurus, adding an unmatched level of authenticity and clarity. When I was younger, many times I would get bored listening to the same story to express the same point. However, now I appreciate that repetition because it reminds me of my spiritual action steps. In this fast-paced, competitive world, it is difficult to remain focused, yet your prudent words pull me back to the basics and shift my focus to what is important. Many times my sadhana will fluctuate, but with your mercy, this year I've accomplished holding some standard which I wish to never lower. I sincerely thank you, Guru Maharaj and Guru Ma, for helping me improve as your humble servant. In the prayers to the personified Vedas, it is stated, Vijita Hrishika Vayubhiradantamanasturagam Yahya Yatanti Yantumati Lola Mupaya Khida Vyasana Shatanvita Samavahaya Guroscharanam Varnija Ivaja Sanchakrita Karnadhara Jaladho. The mind is like an impetuous horse that even persons who have regulated their senses and breath cannot control. Those in the world who try to tame the uncontrolled mind, but who abandon the feet of their spiritual master, encounter hundreds of obstacles in their cultivation of various distressful practices. O unborn Lord, they are like merchants on a boat in the ocean who have failed to employ a helmsman. My mind is restless, and I am rocking violently in the waves of Maya. My boat may collapse any moment, and I may even fall overboard and be succumbed by the strength of the material world. However, I feel confident that at the helm of this ship, you resolutely stand and so kindly steer me closer to Krishna. I'm eternally grateful for your support and encouragement, and it is solely keeping me alive on this treacherous voyage. I cannot do anything on this ship other than serve you, the captain, to the best of my ability. I must have committed countless offenses, and I beg forgiveness for all of them. Please be compassionate to me and keep me at your lotus feet. I've been very fortunate to attend all your Vyasa Pujas from the very beginning, and I pray that we celebrate this festival many, many more times in your presence. I pray to Shri Radha Madan Mohanji for your good health and to remain in your service for many more years to come. Your humble servant, Bhakta Balaram. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much, Balram. And then coming up next is our dear Radhavallap Prabhu. And let's see if we can spotlight them. Well, here we are, Hansa Priya Mataji and Radhavallap Prabhu. And I have to say that Radhavallap Prabhu is a very prized addition in 2020 to ISKCON of Silicon Valley. He brings in with him such a wonderful repertoire of talents that he's engaging in the service of Srila Prabhupada, in service of ISKCON and ISV here. I remember all these years, Hansa Priya Mataji used to say that I will not read the offering because I'll be so overwhelmed that I will cry. So Krishna says, I carry what you lack and I arrange what you I preserve what you have. So we have Radhavallap Prabhu here ready to read his offering. Please go ahead.
Hare Krishna. Thank you, Shraddha Mataji. And before I start my offering, we just reached out to His Holiness Radhavallap Swami Maharaj today morning. It was so late, we should not be disturbing his schedule. but we just took a chance, and Maharaj said, nobody told me that we are the one. So he said, I'm sorry I can't attend because some Zoom session is already happening for him right now. It's going on somewhere. But he was kind enough to, address our request, and he has sent his offering for his grace, Vaishishika Prabhu. And he requested, he has instructed us to read it. So it's my great honor to read Maharaj's offering for his grace Vaishishika Prabhu, which was written just in a few minutes. Maharaj wrote it and sent it. And it's very nice. With your permission, please. Please offer His Grace Vaisesika Prabhu my sincerest heartfelt gratitude for his glorious life of pure devotion and his merciful kindness upon me. I congratulate all of his most fortunate disciples and followers for your supreme good fortune. Though the love, surrender and compassion of Vaisesika Prabhu, through the love, surrender and compassion of Vaishishika Prabhu, Srila Prabhupada and our beloved Acharyas, divine grace is freely flowing, flooding our hearts and blessing the world. I'll read it again. Through the love, surrender and compassion of Vaisesika Prabhu, Srila Prabhupada and our beloved Acharyas, divine grace is freely flowing, flooding our hearts and blessing the world. With gratitude, your servant, Radhavallap Swami. So, coming back, now I thank Radhavallap Swami Maharaj for reaching out to us and sending us a short and sweet, very nice, offering appreciation for Vaisesika Prabhu. Myself and Supriya, we all please accept our humble obeisances. Vaisesika Prabhu, please accept our humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada, all glories to you. Srila Prabhupada has bestowed your divine self with an apt name, it's Vaisesika Prabhu, and you have dedicatedly lived your life to manifest that blessing. Vaisesika is an important branch of philosophy, propounding the dualism of eternal existence of Jiva and Bhagavan, which Srila Prabhupada established firmly throughout the world, and especially so in our hearts, that how Jiva and Bhagavan are different. You are not only living that philosophy, but also assisting Srila Prabhupada very intimately in establishing it firmly in the forthcoming generations. Like I see how the book distribution is going tremendously, immensely, and the world has never thought about distributing so many Bhagavatam sets. Prabhu was very nicely organized and sought to finish and kind of stayed in the background also. So that is glorious. So because of all his great qualities, he is able to inspire the younger generation. Like Balaram, he offers a nice offering. He quotes so many Shastra, slokas. So how is inspiring these kids and the next generation and allowing them to become, becoming leaders and offer many nice contributions to Srila Prabhupada is something fantastic. So your divinely blessed self is one who not only deeply involved in taking care of next generation, but also constantly working and meditating on how to create leaders in the next generation to carry it forward. Chanakya Pandit says a happy community is that where kids, ladies and retired people are all happy. And that means the young men are all mature and well behaved. We are so blessed to witness this all and be part of it in some insignificant way. Bhakti is universal and it's so much exemplified by you and His Grace, by Mother Nirakula Mataji. When we look at you both, we get a glimpse of Grahastha families bringing pleasure to Lord Chaitanya during his earthly pastimes in Jagannath Puri. We personally are extremely grateful to both of you for giving us your divine associations and inspiring us to grow spiritually as a Grahastha family. Our first meeting with both of you, which was so warm and full of charms, has gone deep in our memory and hearts. We are humbled and grateful we are humbled and grateful for accepting us as your family members. We are indebted for eternity.
Thank you for walking this planet, especially for us, saving us. We pray at your lotus feet to bless us and guide us in our services to our gurus, Srila Prabhupada, Shri Radha Madan Mohan, Sriman Mahaprabhu, Shri Lakshmi Nrsimhadev, and the community of the Vaishnavas. At your lotus feet, your humble servants, with the great gratitude and affection, Hansa Priya Devi Dasi. Thank you, Pita. Hare Krishna. Happy Vyasa Puja.
Thank you so much, Radhavallap Prabhu, for giving us the added bonanza of an offering by Radhanath Swami Maharaj. And Hansavya Mataji, you did it this year. So we hope to see you more in the coming years. Now coming up next is Bhakting Luisa from Argentina. She is one who is an avid reader and goes deep into Srimad Bhagavatam, Bhagavad Gita. She's really, really, really searching after the absolute truth. And I can only say that with her coming initiation tomorrow morning, that path is going to become even more clear. Over to you, Bhakting Luisa.
Thank you very much. Hare Krishna. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Vaisesika Dasa Tinamine Nama Praharsa Siddhaya Prabhupada Nusarine Anindita Tasmai Sastra Vachana Chodine. My dear Guru Maharaj, please accept my humblest obeisances onto your lotus feet. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to you, Guru Maharaj. On this auspicious day of your Vyasa Puja, I would like to express my deepest gratitude for having found you as my Guru Maharaj. I have not met you in person so far. I only know you through your videos. The first time I saw you in them, I noticed your bright and reassuring smile, the light issuing forth from your presence, your calm and gentle manners, the particular tone of your voice, and all those confabulated to tell me that you are the Krishna representative I want to follow to be in touch with the Supreme Personality of God. Your videos are quite an inspiration for me. Your advice, your comments, your full of affection Krishna Katha, the immense knowledge of the scriptures shown in those are a constant source of inspiration for me to keep reading Shastra and strive for an as yet remote perfection. As a humble and most fallen Bhaktin, I hope I can be the good Krishna and Guru servant you deserve. I always pray for that. Please allow me to continue in your association, although in the distance. Thank you for considering my request. Hare Krishna, your most fallen and humblest aspiring servant, Bhaktin Luisa Fernanda Lasarte. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much, Luisa, for that. And next we have Bhakta Luke, who's supposed to be reading us, but we are not able to spot him unless you are with a different name. If you can if you can change your name, we'll be able to spot you. Zoom team, do we have any luck on Lucas? He might be available as Lucas also, Luke or Lucas. And we'll just wait for seconds. Okay, thank you. Then we'll move over and bring in Bhaktin Tola. Bhaktin Tola is joining us from England. And I have seen her on the videos. Again, she's also one of the pictures on the Saturday classes. And when I was communicating with her, she says that she's still under shock from the good news that she's going to take initiation from you tomorrow. Over to you, Bhaktin Tola. And where did she disappear? Can we bring her back on? Yeah, there we go. Thank you.
Hare Krishna, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Dear Guru Maharaj, Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale, Shrimati Vaisesika Dasa Dikari Itinamine, Nama Prahashilaya Prabhupada Nisharine, Anindita Hiritasme, Shasta Prajanchudine. Dear Guru Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances at your lotus feet. Jai Shri Guru and Gauranga, Jai Srila Prabhupada. I'm so fortunate to know about Lord Krishna and that he's our most dear friend. I'm grateful to Srila Prabhupada for bringing Krishna consciousness to Western world, delivering Lord Chaitanya. I'm grateful that even being young, you decided to follow Srila Prabhupada and dedicate yourself to his mission. You followed Prabhupada's request of reading and distributing books, and you've served him for so many years. When I was a child, I used to watch documentaries of monks and missionaries that dedicated themselves to help others. And these people were like no one I had ever seen or met. And I wondered how was it possible that someone could leave everything behind to serve strangers in a different country, facing austerities. Some years ago, sure, that renunciation and discipline is actually freedom. And the love of God and compassion for humanity is a great strength. Through the years, I watched the beautiful Vyasa Puja programs at ASV, showing appreciation for your service, prepared with so much love from the devotees. And for now, I'm just waiting for the day when I'm able to do the level of service, of devotional service the devotees offer you. And Srila Prabhupada and Krishna. You know the 3 bites I have you as a teacher and guide. I see you setting the example, being hands-on, genuinely caring and respecting, giving inspiration and showing kindness to everyone, including myself and Itai Kripa. In turn, I see the respect and love that the ISV team and devotees around the world have for you. I can also see the reciprocation of the devotees contributing with their talents in helping you in the service of Srila Prabhupada's mission. We are living in a most challenging time, and new live and pre-recorded online classes in a variety of platforms. Guru Maharaj, you are working tirelessly in presenting transcendental knowledge with an amazing ability to cater to all audiences. You are helping people understand the goal of life, giving practical steps to cope with the challenges of daily life. You are certainly a general in the war against illusion. Your armory consists of books, containers of truth, real culture. You have developed incredible battle techniques and strategies. With kindness and compassion, you conquer the hearts and plant the seed of love of Krishna in everyone you meet. Your aspiring servant, Paula. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Paula. And I think we have located Luke Prabhu. If the Zoom team can bring him on. There we go. Bhakta Lucas is here. And well, the good news again on Bhakta Luke's front is that he is going to take initiation tomorrow. So please do attend the initiation ceremony, which we will be offering again on the same channel, same passwords here. And so Bhakta Lucas, are we ready? Okay, go ahead.
Hare Krishna. Please accept my humble obeisances. I apologize. I'm driving. There was something came up. I'm not able to read at the present moment. But I don't know if perhaps I could come back on in half an hour.
Yes, please, we'll accommodate you later. No problems at all. Yeah, no problems at all. Don't read and drive. And drive safely. Yes, so coming up next is Scott from Delaware, if the Zoom team can bring him up quickly. There we go. So we have Bhakta Scott from Delaware. And we all know that Delaware, the state of Delaware was very prominent in the American history because they participated very widely in the American Revolution. And it is also known as the first state. But here we're going to talk about a different revolution that Bhakta Scott is going to bring in there. Because he's a middle school teacher, which means that he's grooming the youngsters in the future there. He loves to sing Kirtan very loudly. And to top it all, he is going to take initiation tomorrow. So I can clearly see that, you know, the Delaware going to have a ISKCON temple over there. It only means, you know, a bigger and a better revolution. So over to you, Bhakta Scott. Bhakta Scott.
Hare Krishna. Dear Guru Dev, please accept my heartfelt obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Although I feel so very unworthy, it appears that Krishna's internal energy has arranged to burden you with my discipleship, for which, though, I am so very grateful. Before I was introduced to Krishna consciousness and the Maha Mantra, I was a mess, drowning in an acute case of alcoholic materialism, serving the worst of masters. Woe was me. But then, by the causeless mercy of the Vaishnavas, I was plucked from that ocean and reintroduced to transcendental sound vibration and the science of self-realization. What amazing grace, truly. Behold, it is fun and easy. The stark contrast to these two lifestyles was brought into focus with startling clarity during a recent visit with you to New York City. Several years ago, I spent a summer living in Brooklyn and it almost killed me. We used to ride bicycles to the Manhattan Bridge after a long night of debauchery and watch the sunrise over the Brooklyn Bridge and lower Manhattan. It was beautiful, but it did absolutely nothing to fill the God-sized hole in my heart. We'd ride back to our hovel and I'd feel more alone and defeated than ever. This past December, I was on the Manhattan Bridge right around sunrise yet again. The sun was just starting to burn off the morning mist. I watched from the back seat of the large SUV you so kindly insisted we all ride in together, seated amidst godbrothers and Guru Mom, while you melted the heart of our formerly rather grumpy Uber driver. As he divulged his innermost thoughts to you, I felt an overwhelming and profound sense of gratitude. Somehow or other, despite all my countless grievous errors committed in this lifetime alone, I was being showered by Lord Chaitanya's choicest blessings via the medium of the words emanating from your lotus mouth. We all were. Guru Dev, thank you. Thank you for your tireless service to our founder Acharya, Srila Prabhupada. Thank you for hearing so nicely for so many years. Thank you for your purity. Thank you for your compassion unto this fallen conditioned soul. Please continue to bless me that I may perform the Yuga Dharma expounded by Sri Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. I pray that I may have always better service and steady growth. With affection and gratitude from your aspiring servant, Bhakta Scott.
Thank you so much, Bhakta Scott, for the beautiful reading. And coming up next is Bhaktin Sumati. When I think about Sumati, I can only one word comes to my mind, and that is sweet, sweet, and sweet. And not only does she have a sweet looks, sweet nature, she also sings Kirtan very beautifully. And to add more sweetness to her life, she's going to take initiation from Guru Maharaj tomorrow. Over to you, Sumati Bhattji.
Beloved Guru, beloved Guru Dev, Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale, Srimate Vaisesika Dasa Adhikari Iti Namine, Nama Praharsha Shilaya Prabhupada Anusharine, Anindita Hriday Tasmei Shastra Bhajana Chodine. Please accept my humble obeisances at your lotus feet. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to you and your services on this auspicious Vyasa Puja day. I am so very lucky to have found you in my life as my true teacher. You give such personal care and guidance that is a priceless treasure. Your katha, instructions, and programs keep me connected to our beloved Krishna. What you give to us all never ceases to amaze me. It is such an honor to be carried in your heart. You always remember those who have taken your shelter. When I fractured my foot, although you and Guru Ma had just come back from India and had to deal with all the challenges of COVID-19 pandemic, closing the temple, rearranging to online programs only, etc. You and Guru Ma took the time to send me flowers, wonderful prasadam, and loving well wishes. That's an example of the heartfelt connection that you maintain with your disciples, even when not physically present. Also, whenever you're in the Holy Dhamma, you always send a postcard that lets us know you are remembering us. You keep us on track and in constant contact with an endless supply of inspirational online discourses, even when circumstances make it impossible to hold programs at the temple. Every lecture holds some new treasure, some easily applicable recommendation for my daily life, some new understanding, some tool to deepen my practice, and more knowledge of Krishna and the path of service. Despite material circumstances, you have never skipped a beat in reaching out to bring us the treasure map directing us home. That is because you live a life of total and complete service. Everything you do reflects the teachings of the Acharyas and the Shastra. In the years I have known you and loved you, I have observed how your actions are always congruent with the teachings. I am so very lucky to be in your family of devotees, and whenever I speak your name to another Vaishnava near or far, I see and hear the same reaction of respect, admiration, and love for you. Your virtues are well known amongst the Vaishnavas around the world. Another profoundly significant thing I have learned from you is the value of being in the family of devotees. The devotee association I longed for so long manifested with just one simple gesture from you and Guru Ma, and it continues to blossom in unexpected ways. I owe you so much. I know that I have chosen wisely in asking you to be my Guru Maharaj. And slowly, I hope I can make you proud to have accepted me as your own. Your loving, aspiring disciple, Bhakting Sumati.
Thank you so much, Sumati Mataji. That was really touching offering and very, very sweet as usual. So we all had witnessed the very sweet offering from the kids of the Vedic Academy. And if you all are wondering who are the people who are behind them, we have a video of the teachers from Vedic Academy, and we'll show you all a part of that. So if you can bring that video up, it'll be good to go.
Keep pulling that up, surely.
All right.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Vaishishika Prabhu, wishing you a very happy Krishna conscious birthday. When I think about the various qualities you own, there are several. And today I'm just going to talk about two. Sankirtan. Sankirtan is your heart and soul, the way you do it and the way you inspire so many souls around the world to do it. And reading Srila Prabhupada's books. What a commitment you have to read Srila Prabhupada's books. I hope and pray that I get a drop of your quality so that I will be able to make my life perfect. Thank you so much. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Vaishishika Maharaj. Wish you a very happy Vyasa Puja. Please accept our humble obeisances, all raised to Prabhupada. Two qualities that I really admire a lot about you are, one, that you're a very avid reader of Srila Prabhupada's books. And second, you have a great taste for the Shuddha Harinam, and that shows in your kirtan and in your bhajans, and your love for Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur's bhajans. Thank you so much for all that you've done for ISV.
Hare Krishna, Vaishishika Prabhuji. Thank you for everything that you have done for us and the congregation. Two qualities that I admire the most. One, as you are a very inspirational leader. When you inspire someone, they just follow through. And second thing that I really admire is that you build a very relatable relationship with everybody, even newcomers. When they come in contact with you, they just become your avid follower. Those two qualities have really grown our congregation and taken to the next level and help us grow in our spiritual life. Hare Krishna. Many, many happy returns of the day. Happy Wednesday. Happy Vyasa Puja.
Hare Krishna Maharaj Ram, happy birthday. Two things that I really admire about you. One is that you meticulously work towards making Krishna consciousness simple and relevant to anybody who comes to you. The second thing is that no matter if there's one person or there are 300, you always invest every bit of energy into helping them understand Krishna consciousness. And that is so inspiring. Thank you, Maharaj.
Hare Krishna Vaisheshika Maharaj. Wish you a very, very happy Vyasa Puja day. Thank you very much for inspiring us by your shining example and your wonderful teachings. Thank you for encouraging all the Sunday school kids and teachers to read Srila Prabhupada books and take the teachings very seriously to make our human life successful. Thank you for everything. We are eternally grateful to you.
Gurudev Kripa Bindu Diya Karui Dashe Trina Pekha Otihina Shakolo Shahane Bolo Diya Karo Nijo Mane Sprihahina. Wish you a very, very happy birthday, Vaishishika Prabhu, and thank you very much for keeping us in your shelter.
Hare
Krishna.
Krishna Vaisheshika Prabhu, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Wishing you a very, very happy birthday. I pray to Mother Mohan to bless you with very good health. There are so many qualities we love about you, but one that stands out is how you are giving so much attention and love to our young kids. And the second quality is the discipline aspect. I simply admire how disciplined you are. Thank you so much for everything. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna Vaisheshika Maharaj, please accept my respectful obeisances. Happy Appearance Day. On these auspicious occasions, I want to recall two of your special qualities. First, you are very peaceful. You are never angry or agitated of anything. Second, you are skillful in all the service. You are very dakha. Whatever service you do, be it Sankirtan, be book distribution, administration, encouraging others in preaching services, all you do with utmost alacrity and genuine sincerity. Dandavat Pranam. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna Prabhuji, Dandavat Pranam. Happy Vyasa Puja Day. I am so grateful to be able to listen to your kirtans and japa calls. I am so thankful to be a part of ISV. I pray to the Lord to give you a long, healthy life. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Vaisheshika Prabhu, please accept my humble obeisances. Happy Vyasa Puja Day. I pray to Lord Krishna for your long, happy, healthy life. I want to thank you from bottom of my heart for starting Sadhana On and Bhakti On programs. I admire how meticulously you explain the deepest philosophy of Krishna consciousness in very easy words for anyone to understand. These programs are highlight of my week and I eagerly wait for them. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, dear Vaisesika Prabhu, please accept my humble obeisances. Our glories to Srila Prabhupada. Wish you happy Krishna conscious Vyasa Puja Day. I really admire your kirtans as well as how you constantly thinking upon expanding Krishna conscious movement in the form of book distribution. It's really inspiring. I pray to Lord Narasimhadev for your best of health. Thank you so much for everything. Hare Krishna.
Hare
That was a fantastic offering, and I promise you will have more of that later. But right now, we are bringing up Hari Sankirtan Das Prabhu, and he's going to read his offering. Hari Sankirtan Das Prabhu and his family, they do a myriad of services to the community and to ISKCON in general. And he's very well versed in Shastras as well, but in my dealings with him, I've always found him to be without even a lesha of pride. That's what our dear Hari Sankirtan Prabhu is. So over to you, Hari Sankirtan Prabhu.
Hare Krishna Mataji, Dandavat Pranam, all goes to Srila Prabhupada. Hare Krishna Vaisheshika Prabhu, wishing you a very happy birthday, happy appearance day. Radhika Prabhu will lead the offering on behalf of our family.
Hare Krishna Vaisheshika Prabhu, Dandavat Pranam. On this auspicious occasion of your appearance day, we would like to take this opportunity to wish you a very long and healthy life. Every year, we get an opportunity to express our gratitude for all that you do for us. We are very grateful to you for showering your special mercy when you wished Radhika, Prahlad Priya, and even my Prabhuji recently on their birthdays. It was something that really made our day. We are so grateful for you for performing the Annaprashna for Prahlad Priya, Krishna Priya. I mean, it is countless of your mercy. It is our good fortune that we are under the shelter of someone like you. You are an epitome of ideal devotee. Your love for Shastras, dedication to read Srila Prabhupada's book, distribute them, and adherence to strict personal sadhana is something that we aspire to imbibe. We have a long way to go to get even 0.1% of your qualities. Being in close proximities, sometimes we use the familiarity and commit offenses towards you. Prabhuji's Guru Maharaj, His Holiness Radhanath Maharaj mentioned in his devotee association that disciple association that if we follow your instructions, it would make him happy. Unfortunately, we are not able to live up to that and thus are committing offenses at your lotus feet. We would like to beg forgiveness for that. We pray that we can continue to render our service sincerely to their lordships under your guidance and by following your instructions. We pray to their lordship Sri Sri Radha Madan Mohanji, Shriman Mahaprabhu, and Sri Sri Lakshmi Narasimha Dev to bless you with long and healthy life so that you can continue to carry out Srila Prabhupada's mission to his utmost satisfaction and give us an opportunity to assist you in that. Thank you so much, Maharaj. Your servants. Radhika Prema Devi Dasi. Prahlad Priya is sleeping right now, so everybody want to say what's it? 1, 2, 3, go. Happy birthday to you, Vaisheshika Tata. Tata means grandfather, so Krishna Priya refers to you as Vaisheshika Tata at home. So thank you so much, Maharaj. Thank you so much, Shraddha Mataji, for this opportunity.
Thank you so much for the beautiful reading, and thank you for bringing your whole family together. We have been, missing all of them, all the 3 kids here. And so we're going to bring up now Anjana and Sanju from Germantown. And I always wonder that if a husband is very good in mathematics and the wife is not, what would happen? If the husband loves geometry and the wife just hates it, what do you do? This couple has put the 2 things together. Sanju uses his knowledge of geometry to help Anjana design dresses for the deities. This is what they do. And their quest and their curiosity to know more about Krishna was so strong that even while they were in Delhi and headed towards USA, the first thing that they did was to look up meetups and see where they could meet a devotee. And that's how they found Lokadaksha Prabhu and Vidarbha Mataji. And the rest is history, because now they are going to take initiation tomorrow, both of them. Congratulations on that, and over to you.
Hare Krishna, Guru Maharaj. Dear Guru Maharaj, Dandavat Pranam. Namo Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimati Vaisesika Adhikari Tinamini Nama Prayer Srilaya Prabhupada Anusarini Anind Hriday Tasme Pratar Bhajan Chodhine. Please accept our humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. We pray to Lord Narasimha Dev that your appearance day is blissful and joyful, and we also pray for your health and happiness. Your talks and lectures are filled with realizations, and you willingly share the entire journey of Krishna consciousness from your heart, inspiring us a lot. In spite of being such a wonderful leader, you are very kind and caring to us. You are constantly inspiring us to use our best capacity in the service of Srila Prabhupada.
You have accepted us as inspiring disciple, even though we are filled with so many flaws. You are always so encouraging and kind at our attempts at trying to be devotees. Whatever little taste we are developing for Krishna service, it's all because of your teaching and inspiring actions. Ever since we took shelter of your lotus feet, we found a root to attach with and life and finally meaningful. You have always shown compassion to us despite knowing our limitations. We pray to Lord Narkeshava that you will continue to guide us for the rest of our life. Thank you for giving us a chance to be part of your family. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Your insignificant servants, Bhakta Sanju.
Anjana. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the sweet offering. And next is Bhakta Prabhu. Who does not know Bhakta Prabhu? I know him for the last 11 years now. And the
dishwasher mein?
Okay, whoever is loading the dishwasher, if you can mute yourself. So Bhakta Prabhu, I know him for the last 11 years, and my first close encounter with him was when he taught how to cook bhoga for the Lordship, and I was just amazed. It was such an eye-opening event for me to know how much details he went into and how much he loves the Lordship, and wouldn't just tolerate any little deviation from the quality. So today he's going to talk about on behalf of the Radharani's kitchen, which is very apt representation. Over to you, Bhakta Prabhu.
Thank you, Mataji, very much. Dear Vaisesika Prabhu, please accept our humble obeisances and all glories to Srila Prabhupada. Wishing you a very happy appearance day from everyone in the kitchen team. Chaturvida Sri Bhagavat Prasada Svadana Triptam Hari Bhakta Sangham Kirtaiva Triptam Hari Bhajada Sadaiva Vande Guru Sri Charanada Vindam. The spiritual master is always offering 4 kinds of delicious food, analyzed as that which is licked, chewed, drunk, and sucked. When the spiritual master sees that the devotees are satisfied by eating Bhagavat Prasad, he is satisfied. I offer my respectful obeisances to the lotus feet of such a spiritual master. A mundane person may question, why is there a need to feed the Supreme Lord at all? Is he so much in need of food that he has to take offerings from his devotees? Srila Prabhupada provides his explanation in the Back to Godhead, volume 40. God has no need. He is independent and self-satisfied. It is only out of love for his devotee that he is pleased to accept any offering made to him. He can accept it by seeing it and hearing the prayers of his devotees. Srila Prabhupada further says, thus the devotee, out of a sense of duty, gratitude, and love, first offers all his food to Krishna. The offering of prasad gives a good example of how a devotee acts in relationship with Krishna. A Krishna-conscious devotee does not ask, oh God, please give us our daily bread. No, the devotee does not ask God to be an order supplier, for he knows that God is already providing everything for us and for all other living beings, from the elephant to the ant. Therefore, the devotee accepts the food that the Lord has already provided, food made with fruits, vegetables, milk, sugar, and grains. But first, he offers them back to Lord Krishna. The food may be offered to the deity of Krishna in the temple, or to the spiritual master, who is Krishna's representative. In any case, it is always understood that the offering is made through the spiritual master. Thus, this is further elucidated by the Lord in Bhagavad Gita 10:8, where he says, Aham savasya pabhavo matva sarvam pravartate iti matva bhajante mam buddha bhavas samantvitaha. I am the source of all spiritual and material worlds. Everything comes from me. The wise who perfectly know this engage in my devotional service and worship me with all their hearts. Prasadam is simply the loving exchange between the Lord and his devotee. Over these last few years, we have carefully observed this tenet runs deep within all the devotees who serve in Srimati Radharani's kitchen at ISV. They are able to achieve a samadhi-like state when they are cooking, cleaning, or just organizing the kitchen. On Sundays, if an outsider peeks in, it may seem all chaos, but once he steps inside to perform some service, he quickly realizes there is a well-oiled machine at work. One can see an amazing harmony between the cooks, helpers, cleaners, servers, and prasadam transporters. Srila Prabhupada said, Your love for me will show how much you cooperate to keep this institution together after I'm gone. Our kitchen team perfectly embodies Prabhupada's vision of distributing prasadam, performing Sankirtan and hearing philosophy of Bhagavad Gita. It is only in his movement one can hear the philosophy and see it in action right away. Maharaj, although you are in the temple giving class, we feel you are constantly guiding us in the kitchen to perform better service for Krishna, and it really helps to maintain our pace because come 5 p.m. when the kitchen TV turns on, there he is, accompanied by Radharani, inquisitively watching us, checking if we have cooked first-class prasadam for his devotees, and that we are keeping her kitchen clean. It is that split-second moment when devotees experience the causeless mercy of Janardhan. And that is probably why this personal service of the Lord is so endearing to the devotee's heart. Our team is constantly endeavoring to improve this overall standard of service and have taken measures like introducing variety, using automated tools, optimizing serving portions, presentation, etc. These are vital elements of a successful kitchen, as during the last year, we have seen our numbers steadily grow to the point where we are now serving typically planned for approximately 375 to 400 plates of prasadam per dinner service on Sundays. Early last year, you played a masterstroke by making the hospitality team an extension of the kitchen team. The collaboration has greatly helped us in enduring our guests leave with the best experience. Maharaj, during Ratha Yatra, you motivate devotees by saying no books left behind. Our cooks have slightly adapted it to no devotee left behind. We have observed on numerous instances where a passerby ambles in temple after dinner service is all over, yet the cook somehow managed to conjure up a plate of prasadam from thin air. In some situations, we also see they give away their dinner plate happily, knowing Krishna provides for everyone. This wisdom comes only if the teacher is true representative of Krishna and his teachings. This teacher is you, Maharaj. On the occasion of your Vyasa Puja, we offer our prostrated obeisances in the dust of your lotus feet and pray to Sri Sri Radha Mohanji to bless you with good health and long life. Your servants, the ISV kitchen team. And this was written by His Grace Siddhakata Prabhu for me and all the ISV kitchen cooks. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much, Siddhakata Prabhu, for writing this, and thank you so much, Bhakta Prabhu, for such a beautiful reading. We will move next to our next reader, and that is Bhakta Priyankar is there together with Shringara Samataji. So we have good news on that front that Bhakta Priyankar is taking initiation tomorrow. So congratulations on that. And I also wanted to share one thing that Bhakta Priyankar or Dr. Priyankar he and his team has been on the forefront taking care of patients during this COVID virus thing. So he's really, really brave. And then of course, having to take in Krishna consciousness and agreeing to fight Maya is even braver thing. So thank you so much, and over to you.
Dandavat Pranam, please accept our humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Namo Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pastaya Bhutale Srimati Vaishishika Dasa Iti Namini Namaha Prayershilaya Prahlad Prabhupada Anusarani Ananditride Tasmai Shastra Bhajan Chodane. On this day of your Vyasa Puja, Guru Maharaj, we would like to express our deep, heartfelt obeisances onto your lotus feet. Ever since you bestowed your mercy on us, we have been developing our commitment towards Krishna consciousness. We have been very fortunate to have your association, which has been very pivotal in our lives. We have been noticing that as each day is passing, an opportunity to surrender ourselves to Krishna has gone by. The wheel of time seems to be spinning fast, and with your blessings, we are trying to catch up on the loss that we have already incurred. Your affection for all our family has been personal and of immense value to us.
Your affectionate dealings towards us resonate with what Srila Prabhupada mentioned in the purport to Srimad Bhagavatam 4.8.22, where Srila Prabhupada writes that Suniti, the mother of Dhruv Maharaj, spoke the following words, "But Krishna is so kind to his devotees that if you go to him, then the combined kindness of millions of mothers like me, that is Suniti, will be surpassed by his affectionate and tender dealings." Similarly, in a lecture that you gave in Mayapur in February of 2020 on the verse from Srimad Bhagavatam 10:13-14, "Let me go and search for the calves," Krishna said. "Don't disturb your enjoyment." Then, carrying his yogurt and rice in his hand, the Supreme Personality of Godhead Krishna immediately went out to search for the calves of his friends. To please his friends, he began searching in all the mountains, mountain caves, bushes, and narrow passages. During this lecture, you talked about the personal touch and the caring glance of the Lord, which animates the creation. In a very similar way, your and Guru Ma's personal touch has inspired our Krishna consciousness over these years. Without your love and affection, it would not have been possible for us to take up Krishna consciousness. Every time we meet with you and bring up our obstacles and problems, you invest your time and attention like a caring father and help us with solutions that are spiritually guided. The attention that you have put in our lives has been leading to transformation of our hearts, and it has encouraged us to take up Krishna consciousness in our lives. Thank you for your personal touch and your compassionate glances in our lives. We both seek our blessings to develop more and more attraction and devotion in Krishna consciousness. Your humble servants, Shringara Devi Dasi.
Bhakta Priyankar.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for the reading. Okay, thank you so much. I don't know whether I was muted or not. Thank you so much for the beautiful reading, Bhakta Priyankar and Shringara Mataji. And we are set now for a break. And so how about we make the break as a 9-minute break and come back? Okay, and during the break, Rohini is going to lead the Kirtan. So those of you who want to stay back and are enjoying it, don't want to move, please stay on. We have some music. And if you want to stretch,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Satai Gaur Premanande. Haribol.
Thank you so much, Rohini Mataji, for leading a fantastic kirtan that really enlivened me a lot. So I'm really charged and ready to go to the next item that we have on our agenda. And since we belong to this parampara where we honor our spiritual masters and our teachers, so it makes more sense to have some more of our Vedic Academy teachers come on the screen. So if the Zoom team can bring up the video.
Hare Krishna, dear Guru Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Sankirtan is your life and soul. You have elevated countless fallen souls from the disease of material consciousness. Rain or shine, lockdown or shutdown, just like how Maya's last snare is this material world, your last snare in the current circumstances is online Sankirtan. Thank you very much for enthusing us to do Sankirtan to the best of our abilities and whatever you are doing for our family. Your humble servant Prana Devi Dasi.
Hare Krishna, Vaisesika Prabhu. Please accept my humble obeisances of glories to Srila Prabhupada. Happy Appearance Day to you. The quality that I admire the most is your consistency of steady service of book distribution for so many years and how you inspire and encourage everybody to always do more. I admire how much time you spend with the kids and the youth and spiritually nourishing them. Please always keep us under your shelter. Thank you.
Hare Krishna, Vaishishika Prabhu, Tanvat Pranams. Wish you a very happy birthday. I really admire how you give your personal time, energy and love to all the kids and to each one of us. I'm amazed how you ask the right questions based on what's going on in our heart. And second is the practical guidance that you give so that we grow holistically. I pray to Shri Shri Radha Madan Mohan for your long and healthy life, and then we always remain under your shelter. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, dear Vaisesika Prabhu. Please accept my humble obeisances. Always Shri Srila Prabhupada. Wish you a very happy Vyasa Puja. Out of many admirable qualities of you, one of the qualities that really strikes me is your personal time and association that you spend with the kids at ISB. And the other quality is that reading and distributing Srila Prabhupada books throughout the world. And Gauranga Mahaprabhu to give you a long life and good health. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Happy Vyasa Puja to you. I admire about your constant dedication and meditation on Sankirtan, and you have taken Srila Prabhupada's mission to next level, and you have inspired so many devotees to participate in this yajna. I also admire how much personal time you give to ISV kids, and they all consider you as their role model. Please shower your blessings on us, and I pray for your long health. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, dear Vaishishika Prabhuji. Dandavat Pranam. Wish you a very, very, very happy appearance day. I pray to Lord Jagannath to bless you with good health and shower his choicest blessings onto you. The two things that I like the most about you is the love that you shower to everybody that meet you. And because of that, we are always feeling like home when we are here in temple in ISV. The second thing that I like the most about you is the dedication and devotion to unto your Guru Maharaj on his instructions, and that is something that really inspires me a lot. Once again, wish you a very, very, very happy appearance day. Hare Krishna.
Krishna, dear Vaisheshika Prabhuji, please accept my humble obeisance. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. I really admire the way you are conducting the Japa circles at ISV. Chanting with you and all other devotees really inspiring me to do better Japa, and I really appreciate the time you are spending with ISV kids at Youth. It's consistently uplifting their Krishna consciousness. I am very grateful to be a part of ISV. Happy Krishna conscious birthday, dear Vaisheshika Prabhuji. Thank you.
Hare Krishna Guru Maharaj, a very happy Krishna conscious birthday to you. Maharaj, I'm so fortunate that I've got a place at your lotus feet. The two things that I really want to thank you for being, it's so inspiring in my life that I could pour the zeal in doing book distribution, Maharaj. With the urge that I had in my heart, I got an opportunity through the Bhakta Seva project. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
That was amazing. That was fantastic, isn't it? So next I will invite none other than our Sankirtan leader, Malini Mataji, to read her offering from the Sankirtan team. So so I'm standing here, Malini Mataji is here, and Guru Maharaj, I don't know what to say. What do you say about the ISV Sankirtan team that was always a pioneer? What do you say about our ISV Sankirtan team that was on top of the charts at a time when people were still figuring it out? How do they live? We were top on the charts for book distribution during this COVID time. They're full of innovations, the calling parties and whatnot. The only thing that I can say about a team like ISV Sankirtan team is that it has got fantastic leaders in Malini Mataji and Sri Krishna Purushottam Prabhu. So it's Malini's turn to read the offering this year. So over to you, Malini Mataji, with a big thank you for all that you do for us.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm reading this on behalf of Team ISV. Dearest Vaisheshika Prabhu, please accept our most humble obeisances. at the dust of your lotus feet. All glories to your beloved spiritual master, Srila Prabhupada. All glories to your divine grace. Bhavadvida Bhagavatas Tirtha Bhuta Swayam Vibho Tirthi Kurvanti Tirthani Svantasthena Gadabhata. My Lord, devotees like your good self are verily holy places personified. Because you carry the personality of Godhead within your heart, you turn all places into places of pilgrimage. Srimad Bhagavatam 1:13-10. A quote from the purport: one should also find representatives of Vidura who have no desire in life save and except to serve the personality of Godhead. The personality of Godhead is always with such pure devotees because of their unalloyed service, which is without any tinge of fruitive action or utopian speculation. They are in actual service of the Lord, specifically by the process of hearing and chanting. Amid the greatest calamity of the century, when the world is drowning in disease and filled with despair, the Sankirtan movement of Lord Chaitanya is rising. You eradicated the darkness in people's life by shining the torch of knowledge through massive book distribution. Your idea to never waste a good crisis and to find a silver lining in every situation has given hope and brought light into many lives. You converted an obstacle to an opportunity. Your statements like fail forward fast give empowerment and encouragement to devotees to try everything, and sky is the limit. You said trying is success. There is no reason for us to be discouraged because if one person does not take a book, there are a million other souls waiting for that phone call. We want to present quick highlights since our last offering in 2019. Though we were #1 in BBT remittance in North America, one of your desires was to beat LA in book points also. The results were announced in Mayapur, and Team ISV was awarded a certificate for being #1 in North America in terms of book points. We are happy to be instrumental in this historic milestone for Team ISV. Lockdown Sankirtan was one of your masterpieces for Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur Marathon. You broke all the barriers, made everyone think outside the box. You encouraged everyone to participate in Lockdown Sankirtan: elders, adults, kids, dogs, infants, and pets. This was another historic milestone where in the month of June, ISV was #1 in books distributed, not just in North America, but in the world. Your innovation about calling party was simply brilliant. Even if you see small success, you share and export it so that devotees around the world can experience the same success. Your idea of sharing is caring is now infused among Sankirtan devotees at ISV. ISV kids, being encouraged by you, have found innovative ways to distribute books. Not only that, they presented lockdown Sankirtan strategies all over the world. Motel Gita is still going strong. Bhagavat Seva is spreading around the world. Bhakti community, your brainchild, is providing follow-up and enrichment programs where hundreds of people can climb a step-by-step ladder. Inventory and shipping department are doing an excellent service delivering books during this lockdown. Next came the Bhadra Purnima, your solemn promise to distribute 10,000 Bhagavatam sets. Your humble plea, asking for help in fulfilling that, melted everyone's heart. Your promise became everyone's personal cause. Many sannyasis and GBCs joined you to promote distribution of Bhagavatam sets. Some temples who thought it's not possible to even meet their last year's goal did double and triple. Every continent participated in this yajna. Apart from glorifying Srimad Bhagavatam and making everyone fortunate by having a set, your main goal was to unite Sankirtan devotees all over the world. Though seemingly the most difficult task, you successfully united the continents and in launching the Go to Goloka campaign. Who can come up with such an amazing name? The result, One World Team, the sets, 23,022. Not only smashing, but doubling the goal. ISV's contribution was 965 families who distributed 1894 Srimad Bhagavatam sets. Everyone at ISV is trying their best to serve you. We offer all these and everything else the Team ISU was able to do at your lotus feet. Our dear Nirakula Mataji, our dear Nirakula Mataji is like a salt which brings out flavor in any preparation but remains hidden. We are grateful for her loving guidance. Sadrichino hi ayam loke pantakshemo kuto bhayaha sushila sadhavo yatra narayana parayanaha. The path followed by pure devotees who are well behaved and fully endowed with best qualifications is certainly the most auspicious path in this material world. It is free from fear and is authorized by the Shastras. Srimad Bhagavatam 6.117. Team ISV want to follow your path and fearlessly spread the holy names and distribute Srila Prabhupada's books. You have so many followers with high caliber and super excellent devotional qualities. ISV Sankirtan team offer our heads at your lotus feet with humble request. Please consider us as your tiny servants in your service to Srila Prabhupada. Please forgive our inability to serve you adequately. On this most auspicious day, we pray at the lotus feet of Srila Prabhupada, Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and Sri Radha Madan Mohan, and Sri Lakshmi Nrsingadev to give you and our dear Nirakula Mataji good health and worldwide facilities to accomplish your projects in Srila Prabhupada's service. With immense gratitude, aspiring to be the speck of dust at your lotus feet on behalf of Team ISV, Nidra Devi Dasi.
Thank you so much, Nidra Mataji, for such a heartfelt reading. And thank you once again for leading the ISV team to such victorious heights. Maharaj, it looks like today is a day of surprises. We have a very short offering from you, which Giriraj Swami Maharaj posted on Facebook. And we just thought that it might make it a little bit more sweeter if we'll have his dear disciple, Preeti Radhika Mataji, read it out to you. We have your permission. Preeti Radhika, go ahead.
Hare Krishna Maharaj. It's my privilege and honor to be able to read offering of Giriraj Maharaj. So he says, Happy Vyasa Puja, Vaishishika Prabhu. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to your service to him and his mission. All glories to your most auspicious Vyasa Puja. I pray to serve you eternally in service to Srila Prabhupada, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and the entire Parampara. Hare Krishna, your eternal aspiring servant, Giriraj Swami. Dandavat Pranam.
Thank you so much, Preeti Radhika Mataji, for reading. And thank you so much, Giriraj Swami Maharaj, for always thinking about our spiritual master. So now we have come to that part of our celebrations where we will have your God siblings come and read their appreciation. So coming up next is Satyadev Prabhu. Satyadev Prabhu, are you there online? Can you spot Satyadev Prabhu? Okay, there you go. So Satyadev Prabhu has a long history of relationship with ISKCON Silicon Valley. I remember my earlier days sitting in his classes where he was teaching us the art of meditation, basically meditating on the holy names. And one of the key takeaways was, be present in the moment. And I have really taken heed to that advice, and it really keeps me sane and happy and not worrying if I just stay in the present moment. So thank you so much for being there. And of course, Mahaguna Mataji, when I think about you, it's always that, it's a load of love that comes out from you towards me and as well towards everybody. I've seen you mother all the disciples that Satyadev Prabhu has, and he in the Far East, where he braves and goes every year, come what may, to spread Krishna consciousness. So thank you so much, Satyadev Prabhu, for all that you do for us, and we'd like to hear from you.
Tadia Devi Dasi, and thank you for allowing me to participate in the Vyasa Puja celebration day of Vaisesika Prabhu. So I offer my humble obeisances to Vaishishika Prabhu, Nirakula Mataji, and all the assembled Vaishnavas. Vaisheshika Prabhu is the living representative of Srila Prabhupada and Srila Vyasa Dev. And I am so proud actually to be a member of the International Society for Krishna Consciousness because of the presence of Vaisheshika Prabhu, who personifies pure devotional service. It's said that we can know the quality of a tree by its fruit. And Vaisheshika Prabhu is the most wonderful example of a devotee and a follower of Srila Prabhupada that I know. And just like, you know, we depend on the sun for its heat and light for our health, I depend upon the presence of Vaisheshika Prabhu for the health of my Krishna consciousness and my ability to stay faithful to Srila Prabhupada and participate in this movement. I miss being with Vaisheshika Prabhu and all the devotees at ISV. I'm glad that we can be together online like this. And I'm just counting the days that we can personally all associate again. So Vaisheshika Prabhu, I just want to thank you. You know, I just want to say I love you. And I thank you for all of your care and your unconditional love that you've shown to me all of these years in your friendship. And Hare Krishna.
Should I go?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, thank you so much. And we are looking forward to hearing from you, Mahabhina Mataji.
Okay. Thank you, Hare Krishna. Happy birthday today. Everybody said such a wonderful things about you. And I feel there's nothing more I could say, but I have one thing that I know that nobody knows. Because we're in Japan together so many times. So I'll talk to you about this. And then this devotee who was introducing Vaisheshika Prabhu, I think he wasn't there, and then he was trying to tell everybody who he was. And he said, Vaisheshika Prabhu is a very big devotee who is always smiling. If you see him, you won't make mistake. He is always smiling. And Prabhupada said to the measurement of a devotee, a true devotee, pure devotee, is how happy they are. And he is personified happiness. And I think everybody agreed with that, even in the midst of all this chaos, you know, that's always happening. He's always happy, even though things are happening. So there's no doubt that he is living example as a pure devotee. And also one more thing I want to add is a number of years ago, I had one dream, not about Vaisheshika Prabhu this time, but I had a dream about Nirakula. And it was Prabhupada was smiling really big, and he was going like this to her head. He wasn't saying anything, but he was really happy with whatever she was doing. So I see Nirakula and Vaisheshika Prabhu as a really great team to lead us to the right place. And I just pray that we could keep our friendship and for a long time to come. So I guess that's all. I'm going to say happy birthday.
Thank you so much, Mataji.
Kanjobi omedetou gozaimasu.
We should sing.
Thank you so much, Tadia Devi Prabhu and Mahaguna Mataji. And I'd like to now invite Jaglini Mataji, and if Akunath Prabhu is also there with her. Fantastic. There we go. So Akunath Prabhu and Jaglini Mataji don't need any introduction from me, but I'd still like to use this opportunity to glorify them just a little bit, because trying to say anything to them is like trying to show the torch to the sun. Akunath Prabhu and I go back a long way in my classes, and he is the one who actually opened my mind and to allow me to connect our Krishna conscious philosophy with the other philosophies of the Western world and try to see parallelities. There are similarities then, and also the differences, more important. And then Jaglini Mataji actually is the one who always inspires me to think big. She will talk about, from where can you get $20 million? And the temple like that. So that's fantastic. Thank you so much, both of you, for all that you do. And in a selfless manner, we are really, really so fortunate to have your guidance in our life. So today I'll request you to tell us something about your thoughts on our master.
Hare Krishna, Vaisheshika Prabhu, Hare Krishna, happy birthday. I have to agree with Mahaguna after everything that was said about you. I'm a little bit verklempt, and I'm kvelling. For those of you who don't know Yiddish, we were taught Yiddish, Nirakula and I, years ago, by our god sister Mamohini. And kvelling means it's a feeling of your heart is gushing with joyous pride. And that's from that point, that's how I'm feeling right now. I want to say that I so much appreciate your leadership, your example, and especially your enthusiasm. As time goes on and we get older and we get more tired, your endless enthusiasm becomes even more of a shining example for all of us. And although Srila Prabhupada's books are the shining light for this age for us, unless we hear from a devotee that has that taste, that enthusiasm, it could be difficult to take those books and internalize them and be excited about reading them. And that's the gift you give to all of us. And another thing that has come more to my attention lately than before is I've been in contact lately with some of the devotees in ISKCON that are helping to organize the management of the movement. And I've been given a rundown on how that works. And in looking at that and reading about that and hearing about that, I'm convinced that it's your influence and your association that's actually bringing this whole movement, the whole ISKCON movement, to a point of purity, kindness, and enthusiasm for Prabhupada's books and for book distribution. So please stay the same as you are. Don't change a hair on your Sika. Please keep me close to your, keep me in mind in your army somehow, anything I can do. I feel fortunate to be here, to be close to you as a friend and a god brother and a servant. Thank you, Vaisesika. Happy birthday.
Hare Krishna, Vaisesika Prabhu, please accept my humble obeisances. I was thinking this morning, hearing all the prayers being offered, that it reminded me of places in the Srimad Bhagavatam where one after another, the different demigods or residents of different dvipas or whatever offer prayers. And like we had the Sankirtan department and the cooking department and the Vaishnava Academy and so forth offering prayers. And I'm happy to be in the dvipa of the people who are Srila Prabhupada's disciples, initiated by Srila Prabhupada and around in those days. Although I'm also one of the aspiring second initiation disciples of yourself. And I could see so many admirable qualities. It makes me so happy to see you so effulgent and just radiating Krishna consciousness. And I wanted to say that it gives us confidence that in the old days, it was hard to see how the movement could go on after Prabhupada departed. And now we're seeing that it's going on nicely and actually flourishing, and that you're a shining example of one of the high quality leaders that is making that work. And sometimes God brothers say, oh, we have to do everything exactly like we did 40 years ago or something. But I see in you that you're actually being inspired by your constant connection in Krishna consciousness to carry on the movement practically in the right way, to be relevant, and to you've understood what Srila Prabhupada wanted. You understood the reasons behind doing things, and you are still pushing on book distribution and pushing on Harinam Sankirtan and pushing on so many good things. And one of your very outstanding qualities is how much you've taken to heart the instruction that we should not criticize devotees or even listen to criticism of devotees. And that's a very important instruction that we ignore at our peril. So I really appreciate that you're on this planet serving Srila Prabhupada still and expanding this Krishna consciousness movement in a way that clearly pleases Srila Prabhupada. Krishna. Haribol.
Jai, Haribol Vaij.
Thank you so much, Jaglini Mataji and Akunath Prabhu, for such a sweet offering. And so Guru Maharaj, we spotted Bhakta Luke. And so before he jumps into the car and gets pulled away, we're just going to bring him in. So Bhakta Luke, thank you so much for joining us here. And for those of you who don't know Bhakta Luke, he is from Milwaukee and recently moved down south. And the good news is that he is also taking initiation from Guru Maharaj tomorrow. So congratulations on that. And Bhakta Luke, please read your offering.
I'm muted. Thank you. Sorry about that. I really am grateful for the opportunity. And I'm very honored to be here with such an exalted group of devotees. Dear Guru Maharaj, Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Preshtaya Bhutale Srimate Vaisheshika Dasari Kariti Namine Nama Bharsha Shilaya Prabhupada Nusarine Anindita Hriday Tasmai Shastra Bhajana Chodine. Please accept my humble obeisances at your lotus feet, whose dust even the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Sri Krishna, blissfully worships. May that Lord, who is always affectionate to his devotees, bless my eyes to perceive the fullness of your glory. May he bless my tongue to duly praise you. May he bless my body to act only for your service. And may he bless my mind to fully adopt the abhiman of being your lowly and devoted servant. All glory and admiration belongs to you, for you are a direct manifestation of God. Siddha Rupi Charat Yajah. In the form of self-realized persons like you, the Supreme Lord traverses the earth just to show mercy to the wayward souls who suffer on account of their forgetfulness of him. Simply by thinking of you, our bodies become instantly sanctified. Yesham samasmaranat pumsam sadhya shuddhanti vaigriha. And what to speak of seeing you, touching you, washing your holy feet, and offering you a seat in our home. As Thakur Bhaktivinoda writes, Vaishnava nikate yadi bhaise kata lakshana, deha haite haya Krishna shakti ni sarana. A person who faithfully stays near a Vaishnava finds that devotional service arises within his own heart. Please, O Guru Deva, please keep me near you. You are not bound by physical laws. Please bless me with your constant company. Otherwise, who will engage me in devotional service? If not physically, please be with me in remembrance. And in this way, please guide me, just as a tortoise raises its offspring to maturity. I am just a small boy. I am inexperienced. I cannot offer heartfelt and artful prayers. As Lord Krishna enlightened Dhruva by the touch of his conch shell, Please empower me with your divine grace. Only then will I be able to worship the Lord unceasingly. Tomara kinkara apane janibo guru abhimana tyaji. Tomara uchishta pada jalarenu sadanishkapate baji. Nijay shreshta jani uchishtadi dani hobe abhimana bhara. Tai shishya taba takiya sarvada na loivo pujakar. Amani marada hoile kirtane adhikara dive tumi. Tomara charane nishkapate ami kandiya lutivo bhumi. Give me the mercy that I can renounce the false conception of my being guru and can be your servant. Let me accept without duplicity your remnants and your footbath water. By thinking that I am superior, guru, and giving my remnants to others, I will bring about my destruction. Let me always identify as your disciple and not accept any worship or praise from others. In this way, I can renounce the desire for honor for myself and can offer respect to others. Weeping sincerely at your lotus feet and rolling on the ground, I pray that you will give me the ability to chant Nama purely. That was from a song by Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur. My heart is afflicted by deceit, pretension, and false pride. Although my mouth utters the syllables Krishna, I do not know the holy name. The proof is that my eyes do not shed tears, my hairs do not stand on end, and I feel no transcendental ecstasy when chanting. However, in spite of my impoverished and unholy condition, I am confident that you will accept me. You are an intimate servitor of Vanchatita Krishna. Just as he accepted the witch Putana, I am confident that you will show me mercy. Thank you so much, Kamaraj. Your aspiring servant, Luke.
Thank you so much, Bhakta Luke, for such a powerful reading. And I have to tell you that you are nowhere close to Putana. You are way, way beyond, up in the devotional cycle. So Jaglini Mataji was talking about old age, and I can certainly attest to that. And so when you're old, you start thinking about the youth. So coming up next is a video presentation by the youth of ISV, coming up on a screen close to you.
Vaisesika Prabhu has so many ocean of good qualities, but I would like to remember two prominent qualities which I admire very much. He presents and represents Krishna conscious philosophy for all of us. For example, he leads us all from the front and leads by his personal example. Therefore, we are all very inspired. And also, he follows his leader, Srila Prabhupada, just like Srila Prabhupada followed Bhakti Thakur very faithfully. And in the same manner, he follows Srila Prabhupada. So he follows his leader and he leads from the front by setting example, walking his talk for all of us. And for all the youths and children, you know, he's so loving and caring. That makes me really appreciate that he blends passion with compassion very nicely. He has that zeal or passion for two things, spiritual absorption and missionary contribution. Janma sarthaka kori karapara upakar. He balances well. At the same time, he also has a great compassion and care and personalized touch for small and big devotees, for all. So I remember these two wonderful qualities. He presents and represents Krishna conscious philosophy, and he blends passion with compassion. So a perfect leader is practical. Maharaj explains esoteric and contradictory statements in a very tangible manner. What's really nice about his practicality is that it allows him to connect with people from several different age groups, and it allows him to guide people about how to live their life according to Shastra and applying those principles in their day-to-day life.
I'm grateful for all that you have taught me, directly and indirectly. You're a great leader who spreads a blissful environment and courage to souls like me.
You've inspired me so much, and I'm really grateful to you. And I thank you from the bottom of my heart for all that you've done for the kids and myself.
In my first class in the temple, you were explaining how the holy name is so much more merciful than Krishna, and because of the sheer conviction you put into that class, I went from chanting 15 times a day to chanting 16 rounds. It is your conviction that really inspires me, Maharaj.
One aspect about you that embodies your exemplary leadership is the way in which you encourage others.
Once I remember I was chanting next to the shoe store in ISV, trying to catch you and ask a question about how to improve the quality of my chanting. You came over, and I didn't notice this actually. You picked up your shoes, and when you were about to walk away, you looked back and said, "Just keep on chanting." I got startled immediately because I was in my own world, and those words, they give me the drive to, continue chanting.
I really admire your humility and the way you play Mridanga. Thank you for all your service. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much for leading Youth Jam. One thing we found really inspiring is how you go out of your way to appreciate everybody so that everyone feels positive and inspired to progress in Krishna consciousness. Also, thank you for allowing the Portland kids to participate in Youth Jam.
The way you sincerely chant and are fully surrendered to Krishna, the way you serve your God brothers and devotees with immense care, the way you care for all of the children at ISV and beyond are all instances that are deeply engraved in my heart. Each and every single day you continue to inspire me and you bring me closer to the Parampara and Krishna.
Maharaj, thank you for being the most perfect embodiment of Srila Rupa Goswami's teachings. You're always so tolerant of my repeated shortcomings and guide me with so much love. And in such a way, through your lion-like spirit and perfect example, you show people like me how to serve the Sankirtan movement properly.
Thank you for being there throughout my whole entire life, and it's been an honor to be in your association. And thank you for helping me throughout my Krishna conscious life too, and you've helped me every little step of the way, and I'd like to thank you so much for that. Hare Krishna.
I want to thank you for inspiring me with your enlightening lectures and your enthusiastic kirtans. With your constant guidance through programs like Kids Kirtan and book distribution, you inspire us in innumerable ways.
Happy birthday, Maharaj. May Radharani bless you. I am very grateful to you for starting Kids Kirtan, and you have helped me and many other kids progress in Krishna consciousness.
A specific quality of yours that always inspires me is your amazing ability to teach. When I began teaching Mridanga, you showered me with your blessings, stating that teaching is the best way to learn. That message will always stick with me.
You've always taught me to chant my rounds regularly. Once you told me to chant regularly even if I don't have time. You told me the bat gets hungry. Thank you so much for all your support and energy.
What makes Vaisesika Prabhu such a great leader is how he has included everybody in service, especially the kids at ISV. He's encouraged us to continue book distribution online and engage in so many different services over this time period. Huge thank you.
I remember once during Janmashtami of 2019, Vaishishika Prabhu asked me to sing at the Mangal Arti Kirtan. And I tried my best, although I was nervous, and I noticed that he was smiling the whole time. This taught me that he was really expecting participation rather than perfection, and I think that's something important.
Yeah, one thing that I love about you and that makes you such a great leader is that you're so kind and respectful to everyone you meet. I remember when you last came to North Carolina, I had told you about how much reading your books had helped me out, and you said with a huge smile on your face, that made my day. That made my day. Thank you for putting me on top of the world that day, and thank you for being like that with everyone.
With your amazing book distributing skills, everyone you talk to ends up with a book in their hand. One thing in particular that I noticed is that you are not just giving them the book, you are truly lighting the spark of devotion in everyone you meet.
For taking care of us like we are your own children. Every Sunday when you are getting ready to leave and you are by your car, you always ask us how school is going, how much work we have, and you always motivate us. Such caring gestures like this never fail to make my day, put a smile on my face which is ear to ear, and touch my heart. I'm so grateful for your loving association.
Thank you for teaching the Youth Jam classes. I really love how you teach us Vedic knowledge in such a fun and interesting way.
You've taught us a lot, and I'm really grateful for it because without it, I wouldn't be learning a lot or I wouldn't be progressing in anything.
Growing up as a child at ISV under your leadership, I can see that all the kids have bloomed so much, and we've all become like very strong devotees with very well-made foundations in Krishna consciousness.
I really appreciate the importance you put on the gates of ISKCON and the emphasis you put on book distribution. You're a prime example of a powerful leader, and your inspiration and enthusiasm knows no bounds. Thank you for being someone I can look up to and admire.
I'm extremely grateful for your association and your teachings. I am also inspired by your kirtan. Above all, your enthusiasm in book distribution has given me a chance to be motivated and to reach out to people and places. Thank you for your constant love and support.
To thank you for always inspiring and encouraging me in Krishna consciousness to become the best version of myself. You always inspire us with your personal example. Your deep love for Shastras has inspired me to read regularly and memorize shlokas.
You possess an immaculate amount of good qualities, and you're truly an example of a great leader. I'm amused by your dedication to distribute Srila Prabhupada's book, empower us to keep the transcendental vibration going, and serve your spiritual master. In the last class, you recommended us to make a priority list, and I've seen my life revolve from then.
UJM is something I look forward to every week, and just by attending UJM, I memorize so many verses without even realizing it.
I would really like to express how much gratitude I have and how fortunate I am to have you as one of my inspirations. You are like fire while distributing books, and I do remember how you were in NC. You were just distributing books like anything. And then I joined UJM and was again felt trapped to your amazing Shastric knowledge.
Your easy to understand lectures. Everyone, whether they are completely new to Krishna consciousness or they've been practicing for years, always learn something new. Your practical tips and easy to remember quotes give us inspiration and enthusiasm for our spiritual practices.
Thank you for teaching UCM in such a way that it is both entertaining and it teaches us important Vedic knowledge. I've learned so much from UCM because of your teachings.
Maharaj, your dedication and diligence towards spreading the Krishna conscious movement through various channels is very inspiring to all of us and helps us push forward in devotional service.
One thing that really inspires me about Vaisesika Prabhu is that he really empathizes with you. He knows what you're going through because he probably went through it himself, and he does know how to get through it. If you just listen to him, you'll be able to get through it in no time. That's one thing that really inspires me.
You have numerous qualities that make you an exemplary leader, but the one that resonates most with me is your ability to connect with others through your contagious energy. I still remember the first time I was blessed with your presence years ago in Folsom. The class you gave that day was the first time I've been fully engaged in a lecture, as you presented the content in a relatable and digestible manner. You also made so many jokes during the class that I would refer to you as the funny Prabhu since I didn't know your name. Since then, I've been fortunate enough to have you as a guide, most recently through the youth jam. I hope to continue to learn from you and be graced by your association.
Hare Krishna. One thing that just surprises and amazes me every time is your clear-cut understanding of Srila Prabhupada's books. There was a moment where I wasn't able to match a paraphrase verse in the purport, and immediately you recognized the verse, and just that pure understanding of the purport amazed me. Your constant emphasis on Shastra and in fact this mentality of evidence rather than speculation personally has driven me to adopt that same path and learn from you with so much more purpose. Thank you, Guru Maharaj, for everything. Happy Vyasa Puja.
Hare Krishna Maharaj, happy Vyasa Puja.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Vaishishika Prabhu.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. This was such an inspiring video. I'll just request all of you to give a round of applause to the youth of ISV who are the future of ISKCON, definitely. And now we have come to that part where we will get to hear the offering that we wait to hear the whole year. Coming up is our dear Guruma, Nirakula Mataji. When I look at her, I'm reminded of the verse from Bhagavad Gita which says, Brahma Bhuta Prasannatma, na shochati na kankshati, which is that if you are self-realized, then you don't lament and you don't desire. But I like to just add a little bit more that what does a Brahma Bhuta Prasannatma do? It goes and serves everybody. And that is our dear Guruma. Guruma, you are an embodiment of compassion, calmness, and affection towards one and all. And you keep on serving and doing whatever you want to do and with an amazing energy. And you are actually an example that all of us should be following in our lives. And for all the wonderful things that you do, little, medium, big, at all times throughout, and I don't know when you go to sleep, you're always there. When I send a text at any time in the night, you're there to respond to that. So thank you so much, Guruma, for all that you do. And all this makes you certainly worshipable to me, and I'm sure to all of us. And please continue to give us the shelter of your lotus feet for the rest of our lives. Thank you so much, Guruma, and we'd like to hear from you after you unmute yourself. Go ahead, Guruma. We are hearing.
Vanchakalpatrubhyasya kripasindhuvyevacha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. This has really been a wonderful program being with you all today. I want to thank you all for your loving offerings, for sharing your hearts with us, and for just being here. This has really been an oasis in this COVID pandemic of being locked away, shut down, but it's really been very sweet to be with you all today. Thank you all for making the time and for being here. Hare Krishna. My dear husband, please accept my heartfelt obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. So much has changed, so little has changed. Evidence of seismic shifts in how we would live our lives due to the COVID-19 global pandemic was already beginning to percolate through our ISKCON society while we were in Mayapur this year. But it wasn't until shortly after Gaur Purnima that we came to realize just how significant the changes would be. During this time of shelter in place, and while meditating on this I've been reflecting on the story of the Avadhuta Brahmana and the instructions he shared with Maharaj Yadu. In this story, King Yadu made a point of describing the admirable qualities he observed in the young mendicant, and when he asked him how had he attained transcendental bliss, the Avadhuta Brahmana explained that he had received instructions from 24 different gurus. One of his gurus was the ocean, and from the ocean he learned that the mind that is devoted to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, appears clear and grave. The ocean is steady. It does not overflow during the rainy season when the deluge of water from the flooded rivers is emptied into it. And neither does it dry up during the season when the rivers fail to contribute their waters. I can see that while the metaphoric raging waters of the rainy season pour into your ocean of seva, you remain steady, equipoised, and accepting. You are anchored by a strong sadhana practice and unflinching faith in Srila Prabhupada and his instructions. Maharaj Yadu compared the Avadhuta Brahmana to an elephant that takes shelter from a forest fire by standing in the Ganges River. Likewise, while the world around us is ablaze in the fire of the lower modes of passion and ignorance, you immerse yourself and help others to do the same in the still waters of Sri Nam and Srila Prabhupada's books. And just as Srila Prabhupada set the example of presenting the same transcendental message, no matter the external material circumstances, you have steadily gone on teaching and sharing Krishna consciousness, tailoring the import according to time, place, and audience. This kind of spiritual guidance, grounded in Guru, Sadhu, and Shastra, is the highest kind of activism that actually does the most good for all humanity, not just a particular race, group, or country. Your love of learning, which is bound to your inquisitive nature, facilitates your openness to new ideas and suggestions. During this time of staying at home, among other things, you've taken up gardening. You've started writing a book on meditation for the BBT, and along with Srivas Pandit Prabhu, you've been studying and taking the exams for your Bhaktivedanta certification. Your innate enthusiasm for devotional service, for studying Srila Prabhupada's books, and serving the Vaishnavas is contagious and inspires me to follow your example. Your devotion to following Srila Prabhupada's instruction has made you the man that you are today. Several years ago, after your mother passed away, you were given a box of things that your mom and dad had kept since you were born, literally. Among these things, there was a list of 7 commitments handwritten by you when you were 12 or 13. It's amazing to me how much of what you wrote then illustrates so much of what's important to you as an adult. And also that you had that proclivity to do that at that age. It's amazing. It's amazing. Each pledge started with, I will. And the points included good communication, taking care of your health and body, working to your, quote, greatest capacity, end quote, rising early, and following your authorities. It's amazing. So, in Back to Godhead, Volume 13, number 1 through 2, Srila Prabhupada's Disappearance Edition, Srila Prabhupada gave this instruction, quote, leader means one who is first-class disciple. Eva param praptam. One who is perfectly following. Our instruction is Guru Mukha Padma Vakya. Do you know this? Arana Kariya Mane Cha. My only desire is to have my consciousness purified by the words emanating from the lotus mouth of my spiritual master. To become a leader is not very difficult, provided one is prepared to follow the instructions of the bona fide guru. End quote. It's been said that being a leader doesn't change who you are, it reveals who you are. Leadership has highlighted your many good qualities that have been refined and purified by your years of dedication to Srila Prabhupada's lotus feet. It's been gratifying to see that during this time at home, you've been spending time in the garden, nurturing the variety of plants, many of which you started from seed. You tend them as you do to the devotees under your care. You've given the seeds and seedlings special soil and watering. When they grew big and strong enough, you transplanted them to a place in the garden that best suits their nature and where they will hopefully flourish and bear fruit. And most of them have. If some struggle, you do what you can to protect them from the weeds and insects. You do whatever is within your power to ensure their success and leave the rest to Krishna. I am blessed to have you as my husband. In our relationship, you are tolerant, very patient, attentive, and thoughtful. You always have my best interest at heart. You are a good listener and communicator. You're fun and fun to cook for, as you enjoy honoring prasadam and always express your appreciation. This year, we have lost more of our god siblings, and many have fallen ill with terminal or debilitating illnesses. We know that this is the stage of life that we are in. So with this in mind, I am even more grateful for every day that I have you to love and serve. You have given me more than I could have ever imagined or hoped for. I pray that I can go on being of some small assistance to you in your service to Srila Prabhupada and the Vaishnavas, and that you have many more years in a strong and healthy body to serve his mission. With love from your most fortunate wife. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, dear devotees.
Hare Krishna. Thank you so much, Guru Ma, for this beautiful reading. And if we were going to follow our schedule, we would have had a break right now. But I got news from Preeti Radhika Mataji that Giriraj Swami Maharaj is trying to leave YouTube and join us on Zoom. And here he is. Danvat Pranams Maharaj, so happy to have you here. Hare Krishna. Thank you so much, Guru Ma, for this beautiful reading. And if we were going to follow our schedule, we would have had a break. News from Preeti Radhika Mataji that Giriraj Swami Maharaj is trying to leave YouTube and join us on Zoom. And here he is. Danvat Pranams Maharaj, so happy to have you here.
No, but
thank you so much, Guru Ma, for this beautiful reading. And
If you were going to follow our schedule, we would have had...
Maharaj, Maharaj, I think you have the YouTube running. It's playing the same thing and it's getting fed into the Zoom. So if you can close the... I think we are good now.
Minimize the one screen. So, but you look like you're on mute now.
Yeah. So, yes, Maharaj, now we can hear you perfectly. Thank you so much, Maharaj, for joining us. This is such a pleasant surprise.
Yeah, I was watching on, I guess, YouTube. Well, I haven't prepared anything, so to speak, but I will just speak from the madness of my heart. I just feel that Vaisesika Prabhu is more dear to me than my own life because he's so dear to Srila Prabhupada, having taken up Srila Prabhupada's mission to heart in ways that I know are extremely pleasing to Srila Prabhupada. We all know how important book distribution was to Srila Prabhupada, and Vaisheshika Prabhu has taken up that cause in an unprecedented, unparalleled way. But Srila Prabhupada also wanted his books to be read. As Srila Prabhupada said of the devotees, distributing my books will keep them happy, and reading my books will keep them, meaning, keep them in Krishna consciousness. And Vaisheshika Prabhu, with so many initiatives, become a sage page by page, is really encouraging devotees to study Srila Prabhupada's books. And of course, Srila Prabhupada wanted everyone to chant Hare Krishna. Many years ago, during Srila Prabhupada's time, the devotees brought out, it wasn't a real postage stamp, but it was like a postage stamp. And it had a picture of Radha Krishna on it, and it said Hare Krishna. And I wasn't sure about it, so I wrote Srila Prabhupada, and Srila Prabhupada replied, "We want these two words, Hare Krishna, to appear everywhere." And I've been seeing the sort of maybe more recent initiatives in book distribution to get the customers to chant the Maha Mantra when they get the book, which I think would please Srila Prabhupada very much, and certainly it's a great way to engage the people who get the book, because chanting the holy names and reading the revealed scriptures are like our twofold process, and of course sharing with others. Vaisheshika Prabhu reminds me of the Panchatattva, or is in the mood of the Panchatattva, who they broke open the storehouse of love of God, and they tasted it, and then they distributed it. So I remember once, some years ago, when I was fortunate enough to be staying with Vaisheshika Prabhu at his home or ashram, I personally witnessed his morning program, and it was so intense. He did many of the same things that others of us do, in our morning programs, but he did it with such enthusiasm and absorption and intensity. And after the morning program, we discussed the book he was writing, which subsequently has been published as Our Family Business. Wonderful book. And he was saying that, you know, I was commenting on this morning program, and he was saying that he believed, and he's going to incorporate the idea within the book, that our enthusiasm on Sankirtan should be a result of the overflow from our ecstasy in our morning program or in our spiritual practices. So yeah, I love you dearly. I don't know what I would do without you. I can't even think of it. And thank you for engaging me from time to time by asking me questions, which you're so dear to Srila Prabhupada and Krishna that they inspire me with answers to your questions that are probably beyond my capacity in my own right. But they're engaging me, you are giving me the opportunity to think about them and try to do some service for you. And I feel that all the devotees who have taken shelter of you, and that of course includes initiated disciples and disciples who will be initiated. By the way, I thought Luke's offering was amazing, and I'm actually going to write him separately to get a copy of it. Like, it's so full of quotations, wonderful quotations that were apt. So yeah, I do feel that anyone who comes in your orbit, whether you're initiated disciples or not, is extremely fortunate because they have the greatest shelter, and they have the opportunity to engage under your guidance in these services that are so pleasing to Srila Prabhupada and Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and the Parampara. And I was struck in the earlier days when we had a small center in a shopping mall. As part of the Sunday program, you took the guests out on book distribution. And I was totally amazed. I couldn't believe it that this was part of the Sunday program. And so I asked Vaisesika Prabhu about it. He said, yeah, I want them to know this is what we're about. This is our process, just as much as chanting the holy names or hearing the Bhagavad Gita. So it's such a delight, and yeah, due to the coronavirus pandemic, I'm sorry we missed our usual programs together for the Regional Gaur Purnima Festival in Laguna Beach, and our long talks thereafter at Rupanuga Prabhu's home. And I missed my annual visit to ISV for Janmashtami and Srila Prabhupada's Vyasa Puja. But I feel so gladdened by this opportunity to be with you on this auspicious occasion and to express some of my heartfelt feelings for you that I feel satisfied. All that lamentation, hankering and lamentation is gone, and I'm just satisfied. And I wish to give you a big virtual hug. And I also want to touch the dust of your lotus feet, but I don't want to embarrass you. But yes, thank you. Thank you for being there. Thank you for being who you are. Thank you for doing all you do. And I wish you a very long, healthy life so we can continue to receive your association and guidance and shelter. Hare Krishna.
I'd just like to make one brief comment. Offering my humble obeisances to you, Maharaj, and you are life breath itself for me, and I know for the members of the community, but I wouldn't survive without you, your example and your love. And I'm eternally grateful, and I pray to always be following behind you in the service of Srila Prabhupada. Hare Krishna.
It's so nice. Yeah, it reminded me, it's one of my favorite quotations from Srila Prabhupada, which I quote now, because what you said so much reminded me of it. Srila Prabhupada wrote to one disciple, "You cannot survive without my mercy, and I cannot survive without your mercy." It is reciprocal. This mutual dependence is based on love, Krishna consciousness.
Jai. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Jai.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Maharaj, for coming and giving us such nice inspiration. Hearing about our Guru Maharaj. And when I'm thinking about your arrival into this assembly, it seems like, you are that red cherry which is on top of the icing of the cake. So thank you so much, Maharaj, for joining us here today. And we're going to have more celebrations today. Please stay on. So next we're going to have a break come Kirtan, and which will be for 10 minutes. And then after that, we will hear from our Guru Maharaj. So Avantika is going to lead the Kirtan. So Avantika, please come up. And we'll meet again 10 minutes after, which will be at 12:19 precisely. And you know that Guru Maharaj likes to start at such timings. So please be back.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Thank you so much, Avantika, for leading a very lively kirtan. And, Monisha, you can give us a little bit more kirtan, maybe?
Yes, Madhuri. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama,
Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Gopi Jana Vallabha Giridharadhari Gopi Jana Vallabha Giridharadhari Yashodanandana Vrajanaranjana Yashodanandana Hare Rama, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama
Hari Bol, Nitai Gaur, Hari Bol,
Nitai Gaur, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaur,
Nitai Gaur, Premanande, Hari Bol, Shri Harinam Sankirtan ki,
Jai.
Shri Harinam Mantra ki,
Jai.
Shri Harinam Prabhu ki,
Jai.
Gaur Premanande,
Hari Bol.
Nitai Gaur, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaur,
Nitai Gaur, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaur, Hari
Om Jnanatimirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurun Vinitam Nina Tasmai Shri Gurave Namah. Shri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadahmayam Dati Swapadantikam Vandeham Shri Guru Sri Yuta Padakamalam Shri Gurun Vaishnavamscha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunatham Vitam Tam Sajivam Sadvetam Sadvatutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padam Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakanvitamscha He Krishna Karuna Sindho Dinabando Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Rishavanu Sute Devi Pranamami Hari Priye Vansha Kalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhu Pya Evacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. Namashreshtam Manamapi Shachiputramatra Sarupam Shirupam Tasyagrajam Urupurim Maturim Goshtavatim Radha Kundam Girivadamoho Radhika Madhava Sham Prapto Yasa Pratita Kripaya Shri Gurum Tam Natosmi. He Guru Gyanadadina Bandho Swanandadata Kurunaika Sindo Vrindavana Sinahitavatar Prasida Radha Pranaya Prachara Matsamo Nasti Papa Mana Paradi Chakashana Hari Hari Pidablaja Me Kimbruve Purushottama Yavatinam Yata Yuni Yunam Chow Yavatau Yata Mano Binabate Tadvan Mano Mira Matandvaye Pumaskalita Paranam Bhume Eva Valambanam Twaye Jata Paradanam Twameva Sharanam Prabhu Govinda Balave Radhe Prate Tvam Hamsada Twadiyam Iti Janatu Govindo Mam Twaya Saha Radhe Vrindavanadi She Karuna Vrintavahani Kripaya Nijapadabja Dasyamayam Pradiyatam Hantaya Madhura Balharidas Savaryo Yad Rama Krishna Charanash Parasha Pramodaha Manantanoti Sahago Ganayostayo Yat Paniya Suyavasakanda Nakanda Mulai Nite Namineche Namirhate Shraddha Mulyanam Dite Chere Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. I offer thousands of obeisances unto the lotus feet of my eternal divine spiritual master, His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, and to my Param Guru and the whole Parampara. I offer my most humble obeisances to His Holiness Giriraj Swami, to all the God brothers and God sisters, senior devotees who are in this assembly today and who may be listening later, and to all of you at Divyanga Prabhu, who's here always encouraging me. My deepest thanks and obeisances for being my friend. And to all the devotees, I offer my humble obeisances. Hare Krishna. Vyasa Puja Day is the worship of Srila Vyasadeva. That's why we call it Vyasa Puja. And who is Srila Vyasadeva? He is either a Shaktivesh avatar of Krishna, or he's Krishna himself. In different millenniums, Krishna arranges for Vyasa, the empowered incarnation, either Shaktivesh or personal manifestation, or as his direct appearance to come and give the world light through transcendental knowledge. So on the day of Vyasa Puja, one who is leading others on the path of Krishna consciousness, he has Anugachan, those who are following behind, which is, we hear Dai Tava Pache Pache in the song of Bhaktivinoda Thakur, that I'm simply running behind my guru. And that's because one's guru is also running behind his guru as well. Always trying to do something to catch up. And the duty on this day of one who has this position as a spiritual master is to engage all of those who are followers in the service and worship of Srila Vyasadeva and all of his associates. There are sages that come to the world, the 4 Kumaras. There are the 4 Acharyas that you'll find prominently worshipped and displayed at Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur's Mutt in Mayapur. And we have also Srila Vyasadeva's direct disciples, in whom he invested the power to study a particular aspect of the Vedas and then make it available to the world. His idea always is to make it available to as many people as possible for their benefit. And then, of course, Shukadeva Goswami, the Panchatattva. And we have our Srila Prabhupada, who exemplified Srila Vyasadeva in his ability to write literatures like nobody's ever written before for the benefit of humankind with such compassion. We saw it with our own eyes, our unbelieving eyes, as we couldn't imagine how anyone could do such a thing, nor will anyone come close to doing such a thing ever again, in our estimation. So this is the day, Vyasa Puja, when I worship Vyasadeva, when I worship all of these acharyas. Normally it's done in a grand ceremony with water pots, with special swastikas on them. Auspicious mantras are uttered. And this is the Vyasa Puja day protocol. To remember that we are in a dark world. It is a world that is sealed off from the spiritual world. Unfortunate are those souls who are lost in the material world. Brahmanda Brahmate kun Bhagyavan Jeev. Wandering means without a purpose, or as some places Prabhupada says, loitering. Loitering means that you're up to no good, really. Not that you're doing anything bad, you're just not doing anything good either. You're just hanging around with no purpose. But the soul has a grand purpose, an eternally grand purpose that gets better and better at every moment. And the souls in this world have lost their sense of purpose. They don't know what light is. And they even become angry when someone mentions that there is light somewhere that's free, the free light and freedom of movement, freedom from death. These almost sound abhorrent to those who are samsarically attached, samsaric asakti, attachment to samsara for some unknown reason. Bhayam dvitiya binibesha tasyat ishad apetasya viparya yosmritihi. Havi Yogendra says that this is the plight of the living entities in this world, to be attached to competing with Krishna and turning their back on all that is great, all that is beautiful, and missing it all for a reflection that doesn't satisfy, that subjects us to birth after birth in the material world. So these sages, like Shukadeva Goswami, out of mercy, because they have no job in this world except to give mercy. They have no obligation because they're freed from karma. Karma means obligation, it means debt. Devarshi bhutatma nrinam pitrinam na kinkaro nayam nrani charajan sarvatmaraya sharanam sharanyam gato mukundam parihrittakartam. Everyone's in debt when they come into this world and have to work hard to pay it off, except for one who is fully surrendered to Mukunda. And those are free to give mercy to others. And without their touch, without them going out of their way to go to far-flung places and vibrate the holy name and teach people the methods for reinstating oneself in Krishna's family, in the spiritual world, these souls are eternally lost. So this is what we are worshiping today, this principle. Actually, this principle comes from Krishna. as Krishna, Hey Krishna Karuna Sindho Dinabandho Jagatpate. He is the ocean of mercy. He expands himself into Sri Balaram, into Sri Nityananda Prabhu, who are identical. And Sri Nityananda is Akhanda Guru Tattva. He's the principle of Guru Tattva because his purpose is to connect all the souls one way or another to the lotus feet of the Lord. He's in a mood of service, and that service, the highest of services, is how to connect the souls with Krishna and bring them out of darkness. The prayers of personified Veda, the personified Vedas, in their prayers say that the greatest pastime of Krishna is his pastime of rescuing the souls from this world. And that is Nityananda Prabhu's work. That is Balaram's work. So this is who we are worshiping on this day. And we're also worshiping those who have somehow or other, out of good fortune, been touched by the Guru Tattva, by Nityananda Prabhu through his agents. Why do we glorify such people? Because it glorifies the ones who are distributing it. If we say that there's no one that can become qualified by the touch of these empowered representatives of the Lord, then what are we saying about them? If we understand how powerful the holy name is, as does Devahuti, Aho patashwa pachato gariyanya jiva gre vartate namatubhyam te pusta paste juhuvu sasna arya brahmanachu nama grananti yete, said, oh, this is the most amazing thing, that if someone just says Hare Krishna one time, the tip of their tongue, they can be freed from all sinful reactions. And the great souls are the Mahatmas. Their hearts are so big, they want to go and give it to everybody as much as possible. And after they distribute it, if we say that no one else could get it, it doesn't make any sense because it's not true. The ones that are touched by the mercy of the Guru Tattva, they also become electrified and are able to pass that electric current on to others. And that's the proof, actually, of the parampara system, which is very much necessary, as Prabhupada writes in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, that every aspiring soul in this world needs to have a loving spiritual parent, set of parents to nurture. Otherwise, you grow up without parents, like you're raised by wolves or something. And how do you turn out? With all kinds of feelings of being left out, being less than everyone else. There's a psychological damage that takes place without having proper parenting. It's one of the foundational stones of Vedic culture, that the parents are meant to be there, not just parents, but also grandparents and great-grandparents and everybody else. They all live in one house practically, and help the children to grow up strong and feel that they have every right in the world to reach their full potential. It's the same in spiritual life. There has to be a personal touch that's coming through the parampara. So we celebrate that, and in our International Society for Krishna Consciousness, in finding our way into that current of the Guru Parampara, we've been that's exactly what it is. We've been finding our way, and when the heart comes home to the vibration where we feel loved, where we feel trust, where we feel that the vibration is actually coming through, it is the same thing. We can taste it, we can feel it, and we may philosophically examine and say someone's fit, unfit, but it's more about how the electricity is coming through. So on this day, we worship that vibration that comes through even those who are seemingly unqualified to have such a vibration come through them. I mean, who are you? Srila Bhaktisiddhanta said this on his Vyasa Puja day. What am I? An animal sitting here on a seat, taking praise from others? He said, what am I, sitting in a zoo garden and everyone's looking at this brute? He went on to say, how how much audacity must I have? And then he explained that actually it's the order of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu that everyone should take this burden of accepting responsibility for carrying the Guru Tattva. It's been given to us, we should give it to other people. And what comes along with it? All kinds of adversity. It comes. Prabhupada mentions this within his purports. He said, people like Jesus Christ, Haridas Thakur, they were beaten. They tried to kill Srila Bhaktisiddhanta, the anti-party, wanting to kill him. They tried some attacks and so forth. This goes on. So there's always adversity when you try to do anything. But those who feel connected with the Guru Parampara and are realizing the knowledge, tada rajas tamo bhava kama lobhadayas chaye ter anavidam stitam sattve prasidati. They feel solidly situated in spiritual life by the mercy of the Parampara, and therefore they move forward and without hesitation give it to others. So there are different kinds of disciples that Srimad Bhagavatam mentions. It's coming from a discussion with Dr. Narada Muni. The first-class disciple is able to understand the heart of the spiritual master. Sri Chaitanya Mano Bhishtam is mentioned in our pranams to Srila Rupa Goswami. He knew the heart of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Even Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was surprised when he saw Rupa Goswami had written a verse that only Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu had in his heart. He didn't tell anybody what it meant, but Rupa Goswami knew, and he gave him a slap. He took him on his lap. How did you know this? That's the most intimate kind of disciple. And then the second kind of disciple is one who hears the order of the spiritual master and then follows it. The next is one who hears the order of the spiritual master and begrudgingly follows it. Slow on the uptake. And then there's the disciple who hears the order of the spiritual master and doesn't follow it. And there's putra, which means the son or the disciple, and mutra, which means stool or urine, because a son is begotten through the same channel that urine comes from. So you can be putra or mutra if you don't follow. So Prabhupada mentions in the Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita that if one can take up the mood and mission of the spiritual master and fine-tune one's attention to what the Guru actually wanted, what the Guru actually says, and then to follow that, then that is the Bhakti Lata Bij. And it's from that seed that one can pass on the same vibration and plant the same seeds in others. And this is the whole purpose of the Krishna consciousness movement, is to plant these seeds as far and wide as possible. That's why the metaphor is there. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was a gardener. He wanted it planted everywhere. And how else would it be planted other than following the order of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, where he said, Yari Dako Tarikaha Krishnupadesha Maragnai Guruhana Tara Idesh. He told everybody, you have to do this. You have to also take the mercy from the Guru Parampara and apply it to your life so that you can become a conduit for the same mercy and pass it on to others. And that is the principle that we're worshiping today, that it goes on everywhere as far as possible to as many people as possible. That is to increase the happiness of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. After all, the Vedas say, Eko Bahushyam. The Lord expanded himself from one into many. Why? For his own enjoyment. And he wants unlimited happiness. So how does he get happiness? Only from his devotees. And how is it ever expanding? When more living entities come in contact with the holy vibration and then start worshiping the Lord. So we see examples throughout the Shastra of the perfect disciples, and we worship that example and aspire to come to that level. in the Srimad Bhagavatam itself, which is our guiding light. Idam Bhagavatam Nama Puranam Brahma Samhitam Uttama Shloka Charitam Chikara Bhagavan Rishi Nirshaya Shayalokasya Damnam Sastayanam Mahat. This Bhagavatam is not different from Krishna. It is Krishna himself manifested in this world. But how did it manifest? It comes through Srila Vyasadeva. But how? We find this in the 5th chapter of the first canto of the Srimad Bhagavatam, when Srila Vyasadeva had completed the Vedic literatures. He had divided them, as I mentioned before, entrusted them, the various parts, to various disciples. He had then given the Upanishadic wisdom, which was a summary of the most important aspects, principles of the Vedas, expressing that we are not part of this world. And then the Brahma Sutras, the Vedanta Sutra, which are the codes through which one can expand all Vedic knowledge through intelligence and through the commentaries of the acharyas. And then he gave Mahabharata. He gave the Puranas to explain the purpose of the Vedas, and the Mahabharata, which is really a page turner, because he knew that people in this age would not be able to sit down with Vedanta Sutra or the Upanishads. Very few people have attraction for that kind of terse language and philosophy. So the Mahabharata then has these 700 verses of the Bhagavad Gita. Even after all that, he was feeling despondent. And that's when his guru arrived. And this is the uncanny way in which Krishna, who's within everyone's heart, comes to the sincere devotee through the agency of the parampara, through the guru. We find Dhruva Maharaj, even though he had some material ambition, when he was heading to the forest, not taking no for an answer, he met Narada Muni. How did Narada Muni know that he was going? Prabhupada explains Krishna's within everyone's heart, and he informs the teacher, you have to intercept over here and help this person. Krishna knows everything. He knows all our movements. And Gajendra says the Lord's never lazy about it either. He's aware at every second of what our psychic movements are. And if he detects one molecule of sincerity towards spiritual life, he'll arrange a guru to come into one's life. What to speak of Srila Vyasadeva, who is sitting, contemplating, why don't I feel right? Why don't I feel joy in my heart after doing all this work? So that's when Narada Muni appeared before him. And when Srila Vyasadeva greeted him, gave him a proper seat of esteem, worshipped him, gave him water to drink, then the conversation began, in which Vyasadeva expressed, I followed vows. I did everything. I've also compiled all these literatures, but still something's not right. I don't feel complete. And then his guru, Narada Muni, began to explain why. He said to Srila Vyasadeva that although you've given all these Vedic literatures, you talked about Indra, Surya, you talked about Nrsimha, you talked about all these various entities everywhere, and you've given them almost equal stature. What about Ete Chamsha Kalapum Sam Krishnastu Bhagavan Swayam? What about Krishna? Have you spoken about him? You've given dharmic information, but Narada called it Jugupsikam, Jugupsitam Dharma. He said that you've taught a kind of dharma which is objectionable, because ultimately people will take that according to their own nature. They'll accept karma, jnana, and they'll say, okay, Vyasadeva said it, therefore it's bona fide and we'll stay here. They'll never come out of the material world from that. And what's so objectionable about that information? He said, Naish karmyam apyachuta bhava varjitam, the shobate jnanam alam niranjanam, kutakpuna shashvada padramishvare, nacharpitam karma yadapyakaranam. He said, unless you have achuta bhava, you have this emotion for Krishna, this feeling of, unless you have devotional service, pure devotional service, it doesn't matter if you have of niranjanam, even if it's beyond the modes of nature. And it's naishkarmyam, you're not doing it for any fruitive reason. But if you don't have a chuta bhava, nashobate, it's not beautiful. It doesn't look well, Prabhupada translates. It doesn't look well. It's off. It won't satisfy you. What to speak of, he says, kutakpana shashvara padramishvare, nacharapitam karma yarapyakaranam. What to speak of working for fruitive results, which is always inauspicious. It's always a badram. But you've left people in this conundrum. You've left them stranded because you haven't given the real thing. And he said, if you don't tell about Krishna, that their minds, anything different from the vision of Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead and loving service to him, he explained, this becomes a disturbance. It's like a boat on the water is disturbed by the wind and it can't get to its destination. It's pushed here and there. And he went on to say that better you tell about pure devotional service. You're trying to bring people from materialistic background, but what about telling them directly about Krishna? Tyaktva swadharmam charanam bhujam harer, vajana pakvota patet tato yati yatakwa, babadram amuda bushakim, kovarta apta bhajatam sudharmata. Even if they hear about Krishna and they try for pure devotional service, but they don't make it, Narada said, it's better than if you teach them all this other stuff and they never get Krishna. That was really Prabhupada's impetus to write the Krishna book. He was up to the 4th canto of Srimad Bhagavatam, then he stopped translating and he wrote the whole summary. And Rameshwar Prabhu tells us the history of how eager Prabhupada was to have 52 color plates showing the pastimes of Krishna in Vrindavan, so that people could see the Supreme Personality of Godhead for themselves. And without that achuta bhava, without the rasa that comes from hearing directly Krishna Katha, then what good is it? Narada is telling his disciple. What good have you actually done for people? This is why you feel despondent. So all the literature in the world that's embellished, it's chitrapadam. It's got all kinds of beautiful poetry in it, but if it doesn't have this achuta bhava, then he said, it's like a place of pilgrimage for crows. And then, tadvag visargo janataga viplavo yasmin prati shlokam abadyavatyapi namanyanantasya yashon kitani yat shrinvanti gayanti grananti sadhava. On the other hand, if you get the transcendental literature, which is namanyanantasya, it's full of the names of the Lord, full of the pastimes, the lila, the rasa of his relationship with his devotees. Then what you do is you create a revolution in the world. Viplava means you turn it over. That's what we want to do. Prabhupada said, as I write here, I write on and on. I'm envisioning a revolution, that this will change the world, that history will mark the time when the Bhagavatam came in to this world and it changed everything. Who can know the power of a seed when you plant it? Nirakula talked about planting earlier in the year. We started planting little seeds that Janu Muni so kindly sent us and watering them. And I've never grown things from seed very much, mostly from seedlings, because I was lazy. But I went through the process of putting the seeds in the ground, and when they'd come up, they'd actually sprout. I did a little dance every time. I thought a new life had come up. I thought some miracle had happened. And for for Prabhupada, he said, every time I hear about another book translated into a language, another language, he said, I feel as if I've conquered an empire. And why did he say that? Because it's true. One book can change a whole country. What to speak of thousands and millions of them. So Narada Muni was in this mood. He said, Tadvag Visargo Janataga Viplavo, turn it over, turn this material world over, turn this kata a different direction, get it into the Anantyanantasya, the unlimited transcendental pastimes of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Yes, the Vedas have all these utterances, Soham, and Aham Brahmasmi, Tattvamasi. But Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, Shutva, he said that all these utterances, they cannot melt the heart. They cannot change one's direction in this material world, actually. The conclusion is, okay, I'm not my body, but what do you do then? It has to be a description, Narada is telling Vyasadeva, of the Supreme Personality of God's pastimes in the spiritual world. Did you tell people about how Krishna, as a little baby, is so adored by his parents that when he learns to turn on his side, they hold a festival. That's the festival during which he kicked over the cart. Did you tell them about the time that all his friends complained that he ate dirt? And then his mother said, did you eat dirt? And he said, I didn't eat dirt. He lied. And then he complained against all his friends, said they're liars. And what about how the gopis speak about him? When the bumblebee comes and Radharani says, you're an unreliable servant of an unreliable master. She's in a madness of separation from Krishna. And then she's chastising the bee by way of chastising the bee, she's chastising Krishna. Say, I know who this Madhva, I know who this Madhu is. He's the one, actually, in another incarnation. We've heard this from Gargamuni and others. He's had many different appearances in this world. And as Ramachandra, he cut off the nose of Shuparnarka. What kind of person is that? He stood behind a tree and killed Bali, not like a warrior, but like a coward. He stood behind a tree. And then she said, what about when he came as Vamandev? He tricked Bali and he took away all this stuff. What kind of personality is this? Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, actually through the pen of Kaviraj Goswami, he's saying that actually Krishna relishes this chastisement from his loving devotees and the way they treat him like a little child. Rohini says, you come home now, stop playing. And then he starts to go and his friends say, if you do go, you can't come back. We won't let you play tomorrow. So Krishna stays and plays. And then his mother comes and says, you get home now. This is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Have you told these pastimes about the Lord? And so Narada explains to Srila Vyasadeva about his coming in contact with the great devotees, hearing the mantras, Om Namo Bhagavate Tubhyam, and how his heart was transformed by the association of Vaishnavas, by hearing their singing about the personality of Godhead, and how he was able to then become an eternal associate of the Lord. And he says, Iti murtyabhidanena mantra murtim amurtikam yajite yagya purusham sasam yagdarshana puman. He tells Vyasadeva that actually your Vedic system is not so important. He said there's a better system, my Pancharatric system. Our Pancharatra comes from Narada. And he says, Iti murtyabhidanena mantra murtim amurtikam. These mantras, the Pancharatriki mantras, are directly practical ways to worship the Supreme Lord directly. And by these very personal mantras and personal worship of bhakti, one can easily understand the Lord. And for Darshana Puman, you'll understand everything about him directly, but not from this other stuff, not from Aham Brahmasmi, and not from all the other instructions. You have to be very direct and tell about Krishna. So if anyone ever felt that they were having a hard time adjusting their message for teaching Krishna consciousness, you can take solace in the fact that even Srila Vyasadeva, the great incarnation of the Lord who compiles all the Vedas, also is trying to adjust it. And it takes great pain and consideration. One has to think very deeply and observe the environment, how to get the message through. That's parampara. And that's what we're worshiping, that endeavor to pass on it in any way possible so that people can catch that current. So Vyasadeva then followed the instructions of his spiritual master, which was, now you go to your place and you go into complete concentration, samadhi. And from that, you give this information for the whole world. So Srila Vyasadeva at Shamyapras, the place where the modes of nature, this what the meaning Shamyapras is, that they're neutralized there. He could sit with complete concentration. And from his samadhi, it's described there in the Srimad Bhagavatam, how he envisioned perfectly the pastimes of the Lord. He saw them. He also saw how the living entities were being harassed unnecessarily by these anartas. They've taken them on, these anartas, that I am my body, I am part of this world, I am meant for working hard for some political party or any designation anyone can hold on to in the darkest of ignorance, and they're fully dedicated to this. He saw that this is the problem of the living of the samohita jiva. And then Vyasadeva, in his perfect trance, was able to see all the pastimes of the Lord. And then beyond the Bhagavat Purana, which was already available, that he made available, then he gave us the Srimad Bhagavatam, which was all the details of the pastimes of the Supreme Personality of Godhead in Vrindavan that we find in the 10th canto of the Srimad Bhagavatam. Anarto pasanam sakshad bhakti yoga manhoksaje lokasya ajanato vidvams chakre satvata samhitam. And that's why Shukadeva Goswami says he gave us Bhagavatam. It's because that's the only way that one would be able to rise above ignorance. And that's who we're worshiping today and why we're worshiping today, because it's the pinnacle of all knowledge. And it's not just self-realization, it's not just mindfulness, it's not just meditation. We're getting the rasa that takes place between Krishna and his intimate devotees. And that's what we're worshiping today on Sri Vyasa Puja, the descent of that knowledge through these personalities. And to whatever degree that we're able to imbibe it and pass it on to others, we're rejoicing in that, and we're celebrating that on Vyasa Puja Day. And so this is a time when the world really needs dedicated personalities. I heard Bhakting Tola in the UK earlier. She was talking about her fascination when she was young, looking at documentaries about people who are dedicated to doing good for others. I really like that mood. Just, it's some samskar she had that she was thinking about. Well, isn't that the nice thing? That people are trying to do something for others, for strangers. And they want to do something good. And then when she found Krishna consciousness, she said, yes, that's what I want to do too. And here's the way to do it. So we can see that the the Guru Parampara is teaching us by their example, that we have to struggle to fine-tune our understanding, the Siddhanta Bale Chitana Kara Alash Iha Hoite Krishna Lage Sudramanosh. So we can be laser focused in giving this to other people, determined, because we know what the value is. Also, that it is important to connect to the Guru Parampara. Otherwise, why would Srila Vyasadeva have taken a guru? Why would Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu have accepted Srila Ishvara Puri as a guru? What about Krishna himself? He had gurus. Guru Parampara, Yasya Devi Para Bhaktir Yata Devi Tatagaro Tasya Te Katitahyarta Prakashanti Mahatmanaha. You can read a book, but unless you have the mercy of the guru alongside, implicit faith in both simultaneously, then you won't understand it completely. There's something especially mystical about the Guru Tattva. It's Krishna manifesting himself in a very accommodating way to us wherever we live, whether it be the suburbs of California or the inner city of Ann Arbor, Michigan. He somehow appears through the Guru Parampara just for us. And that's what we're worshiping today. So the spirit of this festival that we have every year and the whatever accolades come my direction, I take as the greatest of encouragement, as a reflection, a time to look in the mirror and say, how are we doing? And it's, of course, we work only for all of us, only for service. But when we get some kind of reciprocation, we hear from someone, this helped me in some way, it makes everything worth it. When we hear one person say, you said something, it made a difference in my life, it makes everything worth it. What to speak of many voices saying similar things, it makes everything not just worth it, but it's the most inspiring elixir that one could ever drink. So I am excited that we're all on this journey together. No one ever knows what's going to happen next in Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's movement. But we know that if we extend ourselves and we do it in the right mood, that the reciprocation will be inordinate. And that's what keeps us alive in the Krishna consciousness movement. That's what puts the move in the movement. As we take more and more risks, we risk our heart opening it up in faith to others, that through whom we see the Guru Parampara coming. We don't try to block it with some mental activity. Of course, we're intelligent. I mean, you are. And there's a way in which we understand Siddhanta, which means, Pradyumna once told me, Siddhanta means not just what something is, but also what it isn't. It's very precise. Siddhanta bole chitana kara alash. We can't be alash or lazy about it. Understanding, but from the heart, we're open. When Krishna's mercy comes through, we take it. And from there, we can literally move this vibration and the Bhagavatam to every home in the world. And it can become a reality, obviously, what our gurus have told us, what Srila Prabhupada has asked us to do. When Prabhupada took up his mission, it seemed impossible, even to the greatest of Vaishnavas in India. Some of them reasoned, I've heard, that maybe Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's every village means every village in Bengal, or maybe it means every village maybe in India, but that sounds like a stretch. What to speak of far-off lands where people eat abominable things and have no conception whatsoever? How would it happen there? But Prabhupada took that mood of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to go everywhere, go to every door and spread this, and look what happened. So we cannot claim to be permanently unqualified because it's not our qualification, it's the qualification that comes through us when we surrender the Guru Parampara. And to whatever degree we do, we can experience the exhilaration of spreading the Krishna consciousness movement everything else in this world is not only boring, but it's stupid. It's a colossal hoax, the whole material world. It has no meaning whatsoever. It's just going on mechanically at somebody who's sleepwalking and bumping into things. But the Krishna consciousness movement has the greatest meaning. And that's what we've signed up for. And that's what we're celebrating today, is the ability to see that. And we know it's coming through the great souls to us personally, each of us, from Srila Vyasadeva and his representatives. So I thank all of you for dedicating your lives to spreading the movement of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. All the great devotees like Jayananda Prabhu and all the senior devotees who have come before us are cheering us on. And we only have a little time. We're in our Katvanga moment now. We only have a little bit of time, all of us, to express this, to bring out the Guru Parampara, the mood, and give it to as many people as possible, and starting with ourselves. So I make this prayer today. Our dear Srila Prabhupada, our dear Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, if you so desire, please empower all of us to wholeheartedly take in your message, and please empower us with all facility and enthusiasm to execute it, to please you, and to help you in your mission of spreading Krishna consciousness all over the world. Thank you for considering our request. And everyone who agrees with this prayer, in part or in whole, please unmute yourself and say Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. What about the avocados are not good?
Hari Hari Bol.
Hari Bol.
Hari Bol.
Hari Bol. Hari Bol.
Hari Bol.
Hari Bol.
Hari Bol.
Hari Bol.
Hari Bol.
Hari Bol.
Hari
Bol.
Hare Krishna.
Go ahead, Shraddha.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, dear Guru Maharaj. Thank you so much for your wonderful speech and for encouraging us to follow in the Prabhu. And every year after your speech, we would have Arti and Padaseva. And so this year, because of the Zoom restrictions, we convinced Nirakula Mataji to do the Arti for you on behalf of all of us. So I can see her in the background there. And we'll have the Guru Ashtakam prayers also in the background. The Arti for you. So Manisha, while till such time as Guru Maharaj comes back on the screen, maybe we can just have a simple kirtan to fill this space.
Hare
Samsaradhava Naralitalocha Janaya Karunya Gana Mata ki
Jai.
Nitai Gaur Premanande.
Hari 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 Bol.
Oh, Maharaj, you're on mute.
Jai Om Vishnupad, Jai Om Vishnupad, Paramahamsa Parivrajikacharya Stotra Shishimada Bhai Charanada Vinda Bhakti Vedanta Swami Maharaj Srila Prabhupada ki Jai. Jai Om Vishnupad, Paramahamsa Parivrajikacharya Stotra Shishimada Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Goswami Maharaj ki Jai. Ananta Koti Vaishnavin ki Jai. Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur ki Jai. Prem Gaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasari Gaur Bhaktivinoda ki Jai. Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gokopinath Shyamakunda Radhakunda Giri Govardhan ki. Shri Vrindavan Dham ki. Shri Mayapur Navadip Dham ki. Shri Jagannath Puri Dham ki. Tulsi Devi Bhakti Devi ki. Jamuna Devi Ganga Devi ki. Samveda Bhaktivinoda ki Jai. Srila Vyasa Dev ki Jai. Gaur Premanande Hari Hari Bol.
Thank you so much, Maharaj, and thank you so much, Guruma, for the wonderful Arti and the Kirtan. So, Maharaj, this brings us to the end of our scheduled plan for today. But like you say, we can stay here till the cows come home. So, so what is your advice for us, Maharaj?
Divyanga Prabhu, what's your plan? He's muted. He can't get out. He's locked up. What's your plan, Div? Hare Krishna.
My plan is to stay in association of you guys. I do have a little tidbit to share. This is a letter I received from you 21 years ago. And I'll just read a little excerpt of it. Pretty cool. You would come to visit and inspire us. And you said, "Dear Div, please have my obeisance for Prabhupada. It's no small debt of gratitude that I have owed to you for your mercifully supplying me with buckets of prashadam. Literally buckets full of prashadam. I'm not sure I would have survived my coughing fits had it not been for your assorted cookies, cakes, creams, soups, pastas, and all other delicacies that you brought to Boppadev's house daily. Thanks, Div. It's always so good to see you. Good to see the kids, too, growing up. That's how long ago this was. Good to see the kids growing up in Krishna consciousness. It's very special. Way to go, Div. Now that I'm back in Burlingame, the only solace I have is book distribution. What a shock. Srila Prabhupada is so merciful to engage us in this static activity. Paramjate Shri Krishna Sankirtana. So keep up the good work, Dev. It's like you're a broken record. That's all you ever say. Keep up the good work, Div. It's very important that you're distributing more than ever and reading and advocating reading and distributing of Prabhupada's books. And then you quote Prabhupada. At the present moment in our ISKCON campus, politics and diplomacy has entered. Some of my beloved students are involved, and I counted on them very much, and now in this matter they're involved and influenced by Maya. As such, these activities which I consider disrespectful. So I have here decided to retire and divert all attention to book writing and nothing more. Therefore, if you simply print my books in the press incessantly, that will give me great delight. Letter from to Satsarup and Uddhava, 1970. Book distribution ki jai. We're getting the band back together, Div. Hare Krishna. See you soon. Your servant and old pal Vice. And it's on Prabhupada's stationery with maha flower petals in it. It fell out of a book last night, and I said, I'm sharing this. It's the kind of thing that keeps me going in my life, Vice. Vice, I've said this many times. You saved me so many times ever since 1973 when you taught me how to read and practice Krishna consciousness. And so many times I was blooped, I was gone, I was nuts. And you'd say, hey, Div, what are you doing? And you'd bring me right back. And, you know, I just can't thank you enough for that, Prabhu. And when I watched this program today, I mean, I had no idea it was going to be 7 hours. But now I want it to be 7 more hours. The nectar from these devotees is overwhelming. I've cried so many times. So nice. Thank you.
Divyang Prabhu is so
I'm going out on Sankirtan next, so just in case you're wondering.
Well, that's a big shock too, right? Hare Krishna. It was very heartfelt having you here as usual. And thank you very much.
Profusely distribute.
Gaur Premanande Haribol. Thank you very much, everybody. And
I wouldn't have been anywhere.
I'll see a few of you out in the hood soon.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Vanchakalpadrishcha kripasinabhevacha vatitanam pavanivyo vaishnavevyo namo namaha nantakoti vaishnavini ki jai Srila Prabhupada ki jai Gaur Premanande Hari Bol. See you all soon, Krishna willing. Hari Bol. Thank you.
Hari Bol. Hari Bol.
Hare
Hari
Krishna.
Bol.
Hari Bol.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.